Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Good morning. Please make your appearances."
Mr. Finkel said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Ryan Finkel, Juliana Murray, Micah Ferguson, Justin Horton, who is on his way up, and feedback, for the government. We're joined by Isabel Loftus, who is a paralegal in the U.S. Attorney's Office, and Special Agent Robert Stout of the FBI.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Sid Kumraju and Sabrina Shroff, on behalf of Mr. Guo. And Mr. Guo is here with us at counsel table.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Good morning, Your Honor."
The court said, "Please be seated." Yesterday the court heard testimony from Steele Schottenheimer, the managing director for investor relations at Hayman Capital Management. The government seeks to elicit from Ms. Schottenheimer testimony as to whether an investment in Hayman Capital's Hong Kong Opportunities Fund could have a negative impact on the Chinese Communist Party and be a means to fight the CCP, or whether such an investment is merely a bet on how the macroeconomic environment will perform. That was from the government's letter at ECF number 369. Under Rule 701, a lay witness may offer opinion testimony only to the extent that it is rationally based on the witness's perception, helpful to clearly understand the witness's testimony or to determine a fact and issue, and not based on scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge within the scope of Rule 702. The parties have found some common ground in their letters. The government argues that based on her personal experience as a Hayman Capital managing director, Ms. Schottenheimer should be permitted to testify that Hayman does not represent that investing in something like the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunity Fund would help bring about the event that is being bid on. Government letter at 4. The defense agrees that Ms. Schottenheimer can testify about whether she marketed the fund as a tool to take down the CCP. Defendant's letter at 4. ECF number 370. Testimony about how Hayman marketed the Hong Kong Opportunity Fund to Guo does not require Ms. Schottenheimer to offer an opinion. Accordingly, Ms. Schottenheimer may testify as to how she marketed the fund in promotional material, such as the slide deck which was admitted into evidence, and in conversations with the defendant and other relevant individuals. The government may elicit, for example, that Hayman advertised the fund merely as a bet on the performance of the Hong Kong dollar. These representations would be relevant to the defendant's state of mind in deciding whether to invest in the fund. However, I will not permit the government to ask Ms. Schottenheimer to speculate about whether an investment in the fund would have a negative impact on the Chinese Communist Party. That question asks for an opinion that goes beyond her work at Hayman Capital. It asks her to opine on whether a short position on a foreign currency could have an impact on a foreign government. This is beyond the ken of a person with industry experience like Ms. Schottenheimer. It is also far less relevant than marketing-related evidence because it does not directly bear on the defendant's state of mind. Accordingly, the government shall not elicit general testimony about the impact of the fund on the broader economy. I'm told that we're still waiting for one of the jurors because the Lexington Avenue subway line apparently is stuck. There may be some sort of a crisis related to someone on the tracks. Is there anything else that you'd like to raise?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Not from the defense, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor, I just want to make sure I don't run afoul of the court's ruling. I plan to ask Ms. Schottenheimer, consistent with what I understand the ruling to be, about marketing and how the HHKOF was represented to investors. I believe I can also ask her what the HHKOF is a bet on, which is to say what it is. And that, in large part, has come in. I think she can also testify about her personal observations about whether, after the HHKOF was made available to the public in 2017, the CCP has fallen. She has personal observations of that. That is not expert testimony. I just want to make sure all that is in accord with Your Honor's ruling. And with respect to the sort of whether the opinion about if it even is an opinion about the impact of the bet on the CCP, Your Honor. In some sense, I think this is what I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to get this with Ms. Schottenheimer, is if you bet on the Met game. Right, and the Mets win, which I hope they do, but they don't a lot, you make money. But betting on the Met game doesn't make the Mets win or lose, right? It's just a bet on an outcome. And I think the concept, which she knows based on her personal knowledge, not based on any study she's done, not based on any work she's done as an expert or anything like that. She's not an expert. She's just an employee of the company. Those sorts of questions about investing and betting, frankly, because that's what the investment is. I don't think that runs afoul of Your Honor's ruling, and I just want to ensure that I don't do that.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor. So I think the testimony that Mr. Finkel is trying to elicit or that he refers to at the end is actually precisely expert testimony. And we submitted an example of that from a trial that was held here in this courthouse, United States versus Phillips, which was about a market manipulation theory related to the South African rand. And the government submitted an expert disclosure concerning an expert witness that they intended to call talking about the influence of trading patterns on the underlying currency, how it would impact it, and how ultimately that would affect the economy in South Africa. So the idea that Ms. Schottenheimer can sort of facilely say, well, if you're just making a bet on the currency, it's not going to affect anything underlying. It's nothing more than a way to backdoor in the prior testimony that Your Honor has just excluded. With respect to whether she can testify as to whether the CCP has fallen, first of all, I'm not sure what her personal observations about that fact are relevant to. But I'm also not sure that she has the knowledge base to say one way or the other whether the CCP has been damaged or harmed or hurt in any way. The fund is still working. So to me, what Mr. Finkel has sort of advocated for is just another way to backdoor into the same opinions that Your Honor has now just precluded.
Mr. Finkel said, "So, Your Honor, the difference between Ms. Schottenheimer and the Phillips case is Ms. Schottenheimer has personal experience, personal knowledge. She's a percipient witness. She works at Hayman Capital. The expert the government sought to introduce at Phillips is none of those things. He looked at the evidence and made an assessment about the evidence. Ms. Schottenheimer would be testifying not about her opinion, but about her personal observations, her percipient knowledge of events, how the trade works. She tells people about that. That's her job. And so I think that's an important distinction between what defense counsel is discussing and what Ms. Schottenheimer would testify about."
The court said, "So I understand the questions that you'd like to elicit. Would this investment have an impact on the government, and did it have an impact, or did the government fall as a result of this investment? Am I correct?"
Mr. Finkel said, "That is one question, Your Honor. I think another question, which I can't envision how it's in any way 701 or 702, is what is the size of the HHKOF, right? Which is the total position that the HHKOF has taken over time. She knows that from her work. That's not an expert analysis. That's her knowledge."
The court said, "That's a matter of fact."
Mr. Finkel said, "Exactly. And so that's all I'm saying, Your Honor. Just to be clear, I'm not trying to relitigate Your Honor's ruling, the court's ruling. I just don't want to have sidebars, and make sure I stay within the lanes that Your Honor established. And that's what I intend to do, is elicit facts about what she knows, what she's seen, what she's experienced. And then she'll be free to be crossed on it."
The court said, "So asking about the size of the position is fine. But asking whether this investment would have an impact on the Chinese economy, that is prohibited. And asking whether it did cause an impact or cause the Chinese Communist Party to fall, that is also prohibited."
Mr. Finkel said, "Understood, Your Honor." "Okay. Understood."
The court said, "Anything further?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "Not from us, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "Just two things. Defense counsel and the government have discussed I'm going to provide Ms. Schottenheimer a binder. It has a number of documents in it. We've identified the documents for defense counsel as at least to one of those documents. The defense is going to ask for a limiting instruction because it's an email that Bass sent to William J.E. And it's being offered for the effect on William J.E., not for its truth. The government has no objection to such an instruction. And I guess we can ask for it when that document comes up.
Mr. Kamraju said, "That's fine with us, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, and then last piece, Your Honor, and just in an abundance of caution. I know the court instructed the jury about this during preliminary instructions. The government would just request that in the sort of daily admonishment to the jurors not to discuss the case. Your Honor, also tell them not to do research on the case, or follow any news about it. I know that's sort of already out there. But the government would appreciate if Your Honor would do that from time to time.
The court said, "Okay."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you."
The court said, "I'd like the government to provide me with hard copies of the stipulations, please."
Mr. Finkel said, "Absolutely. They are being printed now, Your Honor, and we'll have them shortly."
Recess.
The court said, "I'm told that all the jurors are now here. Is there something, Mr. Kamraju, that you wanted to put on the record?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "Yes, it's very minor. I've already spoken with the government about it. I just wanted the court to be aware that when one of the jurors arrived, they accidentally wandered into the room that the defense team is using. They saw us, expressed surprised, turned around, and walked away. Nobody said anything to the juror, but I just wanted the court to know. I've spoken with the government. I don't think there's anything to be done about it."
The court said, "All righty then. Please have the jurors come in."
Mr. Finkel said, "Should the witness take the stand?"
The court said, "And the witness should take the stand, yes."
Jury present.
The court said, "Please be seated. Good morning, jurors."
The jury said, "Good morning."
The court said, "We're going to continue with the direct examination of Ms. Schottenheimer. And I remind you that you're still under oath. You may inquire."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Steele Schottenheimer, called as a witness by the government, having been previously duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. Continued. By Mr. Finkel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Schottenheimer, you were speaking yesterday a bit about the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund. Is there a shorthand name that Hayman uses for the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund?
HKOF.
And how do you spell that?
HHKOF.
So if I refer to it as the HHKOF, you'll understand I'm referring to the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund?
Yes.
The court said, "Mr. Finkel, I'm going to need you to come closer to the microphone."
Mr. Finkel said, "Yes, Your Honor. When an investor invests in the HHKOF share Class A, what event needs to happen for that investment to pay off, for the bet to win?"
There would need to be a devaluation, or a stress to the Hong Kong dollar.
And how significant of a devaluation or stress to the Hong Kong dollar would be required for a bet on the HHKOF to pay off?
Even 1 cent outside of the band, the fund would be technically in the money. But the more drastic the devaluation or stress, the more money the fund would make.
So if the peg breaks, the Hong Kong dollar/U.S. dollar peg breaks, would the HHKOF pay off?
Yes.
The court said, "One moment. Can you explain in very simple terms how this works?"
The witness said, "Yes. So the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund is short the Hong Kong dollar. And so the Hong Kong dollar is pegged to the US dollar. And so if the Hong Kong dollar were to devalue against the US dollar, then our fund would make money."
The court said, "But what do you mean by short?"
The witness said, "You can be long a currency and you can be short a currency. Meaning you can be positioned to make money on the long side if the currency were to strengthen, and you could make money on the short side being short the currency if the currency were to go down in value."
The court said, "Can you give an example using numbers?"
The witness said, "Absolutely. So the Hayman Hong Kong dollar, for example, the weak side of the band is 7.85, $7.85 per Hong Kong dollar to the US dollar. If the Hong Kong dollar were to devalue to 10 Hong Kong dollars to US dollars, even though it's increasing, it's actually devaluing because it takes more Hong Kong dollars to make a US dollar. So if you were to be short the Hong Kong dollar and it were to trade outside the band $7.85 Hong Kong dollars per US dollars, then you would make the delta or the difference between 7.85 and $10.
Thank you. So if someone is shorting a currency, the bet they're making is anticipating the currency will drop in value?
Drop in value versus another currency. In the case of the Hong Kong dollar, because it is pegged to the US dollar, that is the metric.
So if the Hong Kong dollar drops outside of the band, if the peg breaks, the value of the Hong Kong dollar would drop and the HHKOF would pay off, correct?
Correct.
Now, that was share class A. Let's talk about share class B, the prodigious series. What event, if any, needs to occur for share class B, the prodigious series, for that bet to pay off?
It's the outcome, the input, meaning the devaluation of the Hong Kong dollar, it's the same. It was just more, the exposure in share class B is more significant, so the outcome is more severe.
So again, if the band or peg breaks, then share class B would pay off?
Correct.
Since the
breaks to the weak side.
Since the HHKOF has been offered for sale, has the peg broken?
No, it has not.
And when Hayman markets this HHKOF investment to investors, what you just explained, how the bet will pay off, is that consistent with Hayman's marketing materials?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor, may I approach the witness?"
The court said you may.
Mr. Finkel said, handing Ms. Schottenheimer a binder with a variety of documents, including the following: GXHN 26, 29, 35, 41, 57, 59, 69, 70, 71, 79, 80, 82, 86, 98, 124, 168, 193, 208, 220, 221, 222, 223. Ms. Schottenheimer, can you flip through the binder and let me know if you recognize the documents inside of it? Mr. Finkel said, "For the record, those numbers are all GXHN prefixes."
I have flipped through the binder.
Ms. Schottenheimer, have you seen that binder before?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that you've seen it before?
I reviewed this binder a couple days ago, when I was with the Assistant U.S. Attorney Office.
And who asked you to review the contents of that binder?
You did.
And who picked the contents of that binder?
I believe you did.
And what, just at a very high level, is in that binder?
It's email correspondence between myself and William J.E. Email correspondence between William J.E. and Kyle. Email correspondence between Steve Bannon and Kyle. There's different versions of the Soraka subscription booklet subscribing to the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund. There's a Hamilton subscription booklet in here as well. There's also some wire details. Evidence of wires that have occurred, as well as the side letter between Soraka, Hamilton, and the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund.
And Ms. Schottenheimer, the emails that you sent or received, are those fair and accurate copies of emails you sent or received?
Yes.
And what is Global Relay?
Global Relay is a third-party service that Hayman Capital Management uses to capture required emails and store them for up to 5 years.
And why does Hayman store its emails for up to 5 years?
We are required to buy the Securities and Exchange Commission.
And with respect to the emails that you mentioned that you're not on, what steps, if any, did you take concerning those documents in the global relay system?
I connected with Hayman's Chief Compliance Officer, Stu Smith. We set up a Teams call so I could view his screen. I do not have access, as investor relations, to the global relay. However, he does as the Chief Compliance Officer. And so he logged into Global Relay and searched for these specific emails. And I was able to verify that they were sent to Hayman's server and captured by Global Relay.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, at this time the government offers GXHN 26, 29, 35, 41, 57, 59, 69, 70, 71, 79, 80, 82, 86, 98, 124, 168, 193, 208, 220, 221, 222, and 223.
The court said, "No objection?"
Mr. Kamaraju said, "No objection to their admission, Your Honor. Subject to the court giving a limiting instruction with respect to GHN 208 at the appropriate time."
The court said, "All right, so you'll indicate when that happens."
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Yes, Your Honor."
The court said, "Okay, go ahead."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Government's exhibits HN 26, HN 29, HN 35, HN 41, HN 57, HN 59, HN 69, HN 70, HN 71, HN 79, HN 80, HN 82, HN 86, HN 98, HN 124, HN 168, HN 193, HN 208, HN 220, HN 221, HN 222, HN 223 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Schottenheimer, how long has the HHKOF been offered to the marketplace for?
January of 2017.
And since that time, has the Hong Kong dollar peg broken?
It has not.
Is the peg still in place today?
The band is still in place today, yes.
Mr. Finkel said, "Okay. If we can pull up, please, what's in evidence as Government Exhibit HN 29? Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this document?"
This is an email that I sent to all prospective investors that had indicated an interest in participating in the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Onshore Fund for Share Class B. The Prodigious Series. I sent it on Sunday, May 24th. We had just received the offering documents from outside counsel. And I was distributing it to all interested parties.
Ms. Schottenheimer, you said onshore. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by onshore?
So the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund has two feeder funds, an onshore feeder fund for taxable U.S. investors, and an offshore feeder fund for U.S. tax-exempt investors and offshore investors. These are, I guess, kind of tax it so investors, you know, get the appropriate tax documentation when they invest in our fund.
Mr. Finkel said, "Ms. Loftus, can you zoom out of that and zoom in on the top of the document, please?" Ms. Schottenheimer, do you recognize this email address?
Yes.
And whose email address is that?
William J.
Could you read the email address, please?
william.je@acacap.com.
Ms. Schottenheimer, why did you send this documentation about the Hong Kong Opportunities Fund Share Class B, the Prodigious Series, to Mr. J.E.?
At that point I was under the impression that William was interested in reviewing both the onshore and the offshore offering documents for the fund.
Mr. Finkel said, "You can zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus, and go to page 3 of this document." Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this, page 3 of HN 29?
This is our AML, or Anti-Money Laundering Information Grid.
And the second row says, private corporation/limited liability companies. Can you explain to the jury the purpose of that row on this document?
Yes. We have all different types of limited partners that come and invest in our fund in all different types of structures. Sometimes it's as an individual, sometimes it's as a limited partnership. Sometimes it's as an LLC. And the row that you're inquiring about is, you said the LLC.
Private corporation/limited liability companies, is that?
Yes, private corporation and limited liabilities, yes.
In the second checkmark it says, beneficial owners, 25% or more interest, CCIP requirements. What does that mean?
So we are required to do a look-through of the entity to understand who the beneficial owner of the entity is.
Mr. Finkel said, go to page 5 of this document, please, Ms. Loftus. And Ms. Schottenheimer, do you see where it says, ultimate beneficial owner, above that chart?
Yes.
Can you read what that says?
Where no beneficial ownership information is provided, it will be assumed no beneficial owner holds 25% or more of the assets of the entity. In cases where the investing entity is performing AML due diligence on the underlying beneficial owner, an eligible introducer letter or equivalent certification letter can be provided in lieu of providing the details above.
Mr. Finkel said, can we zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus? The chart below that, what is that for?
Those are 4 of the 5, that's outlining 4 of the 5 items that we are required to collect on any beneficial owner owning more than 25% of any entity.
And what is an ultimate beneficial owner?
It's the person who owns the entity.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can go, please, to page 9 of this document. Can you zoom in at number 10, Ms. Loftus, please? Right there is fine. Here, underneath where it says payment and a Citibank bank account, what's that?
That is the account, that is the banking account for Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Onshore Fund. This is where investors send their capital, that they are subscribing to the entity.
And so if an investor wants to invest in the onshore fund, they send their money to a Citibank account which ends in 9681. Is that right?
That is correct.
Mr. Finkel said, we can go, please, to page 44. Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this part of the documents for?
This is the accredited investor status. So we are required for anyone who is subscribing to the fund to get verification that they are, in fact, an accredited investor.
Mr. Finkel said, and if we can please go to the next page or, sorry, page 46. At the bottom it says, qualified purchaser status. What's that?
This section of the document.
Yes.
This section of the document is where we are collecting the qualified purchaser representation from the investor. As discussed yesterday, all of our investors are required to be qualified purchasers.
Ms. Schottenheimer, what is a sub-doc?
A subscription document is the legal paperwork that an investor completes in order to subscribe to our vehicle.
And this document that we're looking at with the jury, is that a sub-doc?
Yes.
For what?
The Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Onshore Fund.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, we can take that down. And if we can display for the witness, please, HN 33, just the witness. Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this document?
This is a text message from Carl Bass to myself.
And the top text message, who is that text message from?
The top text message is, I believe, a cut and paste from William to Kyle that he is then cut and paste to myself, explaining what entities are investing in the Hong Kong Fund.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers HN 33.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit HN33 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, publish that, please. Ms. Schottenheimer, now that the jury can see it, can you read the first text message, which was the cut and paste from William J.E.?
Correct. Because of tight timing, the entities to invest into your fund onshore U.S. Soraka Media Group Incorporated. Number 2, offshore, Hamilton Investment Management Limited. We can fill in all the details later. Thanks.
And what do you say in response to that?
I'm asking Kyle if the text message is from William.
And what is Kyle's response to you after you ask if it's from William?
Steele, these are the two entities that William and Miles will be investing through.
And what is your understanding of who Miles refers to?
Miles Kwok.
At this time, on May 26, 2020, when you received this text message, what was your understanding of what Soraka Media Group Incorporated was?
I had no understanding. It was just the name of an entity.
In your work at Hayman, is it unusual for an individual to invest in a Hayman financial product through an entity as opposed to their own individual self?
Not unusual.
And why is that?
Because a lot of wealthy individuals use entities for their family limited partnerships. For their business purposes. It's just their preference.
So here it says Soraka Media Group Incorporated. Did you have an understanding at this time, May 2020, whether Soraka Media Group Incorporated was a media company?
No, I did not.
What was your understanding about what Soraka Media Group did at this time?
Just at this pinpoint with the text message. I hadn't considered it. I was looking to collect the names to get checks with our external counsel to see if they could help enlist the side letter.
Mr. Finkel said, we can go, please, to HN35, which is in evidence. 35, please, Ms. Loftus. You can scroll down, please, to page 2. And if you can zoom in on that email on Tuesday, May 26th. Ms. Schottenheimer, this email that you sent to William J.E., copying Mr. Bass. What is the purpose of this email?
Now that I had the names of the entities investing, I was formally requesting to William the AML and FATCA compliance requirements for them to invest in the fund.
And what was your understanding of why there was an onshore investment entity and an offshore investment entity at this time in May of 2020?
At this time, I was unclear of that.
Go ahead.
Outside of one being a taxable entity and the other one being a non-taxable entity.
And which was the non-taxable entity?
Hamilton Investment Management Limited.
Mr. Finkel said, we can zoom out of that, please. We can go to the first page. Can you read the top email that you sent, please, on May 28, 2020?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Can you read this email that you sent to William J. on May 28, 2020?
Hi, William. We are looking to have all wires and documents in by Friday, June 5th. Thank you for the below confirmation. Sorry. Thank you for the confirmation below. I will have the side letter to you shortly.
What does side letter mean?
A side letter is a legal document that a lot of large investors require. They are terms outside of the offering materials.
And was there a side letter for the Soraka/Miles Kwok investment?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the side letter for the Soraka/Miles Kwok investment?
From a high level, they were requesting 3 terms outside of the offering documents for the fund. The first was they wanted a reduced management fee, from 2% to 1%. They wanted a hurdle on the performance fee. Meaning I believe it was something in the magnitude of they were going to make 25 times their money before we would start charging a performance fee. And then the third is they had requested a transparency clause. meaning they were going to require additional reporting outside of our typical reporting to investors.
All right. Let's walk through that. You said there is a reduction in the, is it management fee?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
So for the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund Share Class B, there's a one-time 2% management fee taken upon at closing. And so if you were to invest $100 in this share class, the management fee for Hayman to manage this capital would be $2 at the time of closing. So in the case of Soraka and Hamilton's investment, it would only be $1.
So the reduction in the fee, is that beneficial to Soraka and Miles Kwok or to Hayman?
A reduction in the management fee would be beneficial to the investor requesting it, because they are only paying $1 instead of $2.
And can you describe to the jury, please, what the reduction in the performance fee means?
So Hayman collects a performance fee. The performance fee for the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund is first you get your initial capital back. So if you invest $100, you get $100 back. Then, on the next $100 that is made, let's say the trade works out in our favor, we collect 15 cents of every dollar. And you get 85 cents of every dollar, up until 100% net return to you as the investor. So you've made, $200 and you've made $2 and we've collected 15 cents at this point. Then anything above 100% net return to you, we split those $80 to you, 20 to us.
What did the Miles Kwok/Soraka investment seek instead?
They were looking to make 25 times their money. So if they were to invest $1, they would get that dollar back plus $25. And then anything above that we would split the 20/80ths, 80 to them, 20 to us.
And so the terms that Miles Kwok and Soraka requested, are they beneficial to Miles Kwok and Soraka or to Hayman?
Beneficial to Miles Kwok and Soraka.
At this time, Ms. Schottenheimer, May 2020. What was your understanding of the amount of money that Miles Kwok and Soraka sought to invest in the prodigious series?
Originally, it was flagged to me 51 million, including Hamilton. And then at some point when we received the sub-docs, it was 100 million from Soraka.
The last point with respect to the side letter, Ms. Schottenheimer, you mentioned was transparency. Can you explain to the members of the jury, please, what that means?
So we have typical exposure reporting to investors on a monthly basis. We kind of quantify for them, that you are 200 times short the Hong Kong dollar, or you're 196 times short the Hong Kong dollar. In share class B, it doesn't vary month to month until the options expire. But in the case of Soraka, they actually wanted position level detail, which we gave them, because there was no withdrawal rights in this fund. And so once we were fully positioned, we were comfortable giving them position level detail. Which is what the side letter said.
Can you break that down for us, please? What you mean by position level detail, and because this was a fully invested financial product.
Right. So typically, again, we just tell you your exposure. You're short X amount to Hong Kong dollar. They were actually looking for position level detail, meaning the actual description of the option. You are short 200 million, dollars worth of an option that expires on X date.
So they wanted detail about the underlying financial transactions that.
Correct. The actual positions that they hold when they expired. The notional value of each of them. Because, again, you don't just go out and buy a single option for a whole tranche. You are trading with multiple dealers and getting the best pricing possible every night that you're in the marketplace. So you could have dozens of line items or dozens of very similar options. And they were wanting to see that level of detail.
And this level of detail pertains to financial transactions, correct?
Correct.
And these are transactions, these are trades that Hayman makes to put in place a bet that if the peg breaks on the weak side, the bet pays off. Is that right?
Correct.
And did Hayman ultimately agree to the reduction in administrator fee, performance fee, and these transparency rights for Miles Kwok and Soraka?
Reduction in management fee, yes. The reduction in the incentive fee, yes. And the transparency rights.
Who asked for those, by the way?
This was something, to my knowledge, that William negotiated with Kyle.
Ms. Schottenheimer, with respect to Soraka Media Group Incorporated, what, if any, due diligence did Hayman perform on that entity?
Regarding their subscription document.
Yes.
So when Soraka subscribed to Hayman, there was a thorough review of the subscription document by myself, another person that works with me in investor relations, and our third-party administrator. And there was some time spent kind of reconciling the answers, and then inquiring back to William regarding some things that did not align.
And Ms. Schottenheimer, through that process, what did Hayman learn about who, if anyone, was the ultimate beneficial owner of Soraka Media Group?
So Soraka Media Group represented that there was only a single person that owned the entire entity. And they put forth that that individual was Miles Kwok's son.
Mr. Finkel said, "Can you please display what's in evidence as GXHN82? Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this?"
This is a copy of a valid passport at the time of Miles Kwok's son.
And what's his legal name? If you could read it or spell it for the jury, please.
His last name is Guo, and his first name is spelled Qiang.
And why does Hayman collect this passport copy?
It is required as part of our AML practices on any and all beneficial owners more than 25%.
And based on the representations made by Soraka, were there any other owners of Soraka Media Group?
Not based on their subscription booklet.
And Ms. Schottenheimer, if the prodigious series investment, $100 million investment, that Soraka invested and paid off, ultimately, who would collect the gain?
Mr. Kamarju said, objection to form.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Soraka Media Group would collect the wire. And the ultimate beneficial owner of Soraka is Miles's son.
So he would collect the gain?
Through the entity, yes.
Did Miles Kwok go through an AML check?
He did not.
Why not?
Because he was not listed on the subscription booklet as an authorized signatory, an ultimate beneficial owner, or a controlling interest person.
In your work, does the term principal and agent have a particular meaning?
Not in the context of a subscription booklet.
In the context of what?
Can you please repeat the question?
What is a principal?
What is a principal? Someone that is the primary person in some capacity.
And, Ms. Schottenheimer, if you're understanding that it was Miles Kwok who was investing the Soraka making the Soraka investment, but Miles Kwok's son was the ultimate beneficial owner, can you explain to the jury whether that would be unusual, or why there was no work done on Miles Kwok AML?
Mr. Kamarju said, object to the form.
The court said, if you would break that down, please.
Mr. Finkel said, certainly. You testified earlier that your understanding was Miles Kwok was making the Soraka investment, correct?
Yes.
Why then let me ask it this way. The fact that his son was the ultimate beneficial owner of Soraka, but you understood it was Miles Kwok's money, can you explain what impact, if any, that had on your thinking when doing due diligence?
Mr. Kamarju said, objection to form.
The court said, so take it in small bites.
Mr. Finkel said, sure. The fact that Miles Kwok's son was the ultimate beneficial owner of Soraka, as opposed to Miles Kwok. What impact, if any, did that have on your thinking as you were working through the due diligence of this particular investment?
I didn't find it.
Mr. Kamaraju said, same objection.
The court said, you understood Miles Kwok to be making the investment?
The witness said, I understood that it was Miles Kwok family office that was interested in making the investment.
The court said, you can ask the next question.
Mr. Finkel said, thank you.
By Mr. Finkel.
What do you mean by Miles Kwok's family office?
Previously it had been represented to me that William J.E. was the head or ran Miles Kwok's family office. And so when William J.E. was interested in reviewing our presentation, our playback webcast in reviewing offering documents, I took that to mean that Miles Kwok's family office, the capital that William ran on his behalf, was interested in the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund.
And that Miles Kwok's son was the ultimate beneficial owner of Soraka, as opposed to Miles Kwok. What impact did that have on your thinking about the investment?
Mr. Kamaraju said, same objection.
The court said, you may answer.
It had very little impact on my thinking because it is typical for family offices to have members of the family be the beneficial owners of the entities that they invest in.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can look at what's in evidence as GXHN41. If we can zoom in, please, Ms. Loftus, on the top email. Ms. Schottenheimer, can you read this email from William J.E. to you on May 31st, 2020?
Yes. Dear Steele, thanks. Please see attached the revised side letter. Please ignore the previous one. As discussed with Kyle earlier, in the interest of time, the funds may be transferred to your bank account from a different company from that of the registered investor. Thanks and regards, William.
What was your understanding of what Mr. J meant? The funds may be transferred to your bank account from a company different from that of the registered investor.
So the registered investor was Soraka. Soraka had filled out the subdocs. Soraka was subscribing to the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund. However, in this email, he's highlighting that the funds might be wired from a different account other than Soraka, or different entity other than Soraka.
And is that okay?
No, it is not.
Why not?
Because we wouldn't have had AML on the company that is sending the wire.
Mr. Finkel said, we can zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus. And if we can zoom in on the third email, May 29th. Can you read this email from William J.E. to you on May 29th, 2020?
Dear Steele, please see attached our comments of the side letter. We will have one onshore and one offshore vehicle. The onshore one will invest 100 million. And the offshore will invest 1 million. The address of the onshore vehicle is 162 East 64th Street, New York, New York, 10065. United States. Thanks and regards, William.
Ms. Schottenheimer, you testified that the 100 million was from Soraka. What was your understanding of what the $1 million was from at this time in May of 2020?
At this time I believe that I recognized that the 100 million was coming from Miles Kwok's family office. And the $1 million was coming from William J. personally.
What is AML?
Anti-money laundering.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that, please, and display for the witness what's been marked for identification as HN43. And if you can zoom in this so Ms. Schottenheimer can just take a look at it. Ms. Schottenheimer, just at a high level, what document is this? What kind of document is this?
This is an email from me to William providing an update kind of on our side. Where we are with the side letter negotiations, the timing of the closing.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, the government offers HN43.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit HN43 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, and if we can publish that, please.
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, can you highlight or zoom in on the last paragraph? Lastly,
By Mr. Finkel.
can you read that, please, Ms. Schottenheimer?
Lastly, the wire needs to come from an account in Soraka Media Group's name. We understand that due to tight timing, this might not be possible. As a solution, you can change the entity making the initial investment to match the wire. And we can transfer and assign the interest to Soraka Media Group as of June 8th, the day of the closing. We will need to do full AML on both entities.
Ms. Schottenheimer, can you please explain to the members of the jury what you were conveying to Mr. J. about his request to send the money from a different account?
So as I've previously described, we are under strict AML guidance and requirements. Thus, you cannot subscribe to one of our funds in Investor A name and send a wire from Investor B's account. They have to match. So I am providing a solution to Mr. J. If he can't send a wire from Soraka's account to match the subscription booklet provided, I am suggesting that whatever account has the capital to fund the investment, actually make the investment. So then we would do full AML on that entity. And then after we have closed on, Investor B making this investment, if all of the checks are in place, then we could do something called a transfer and assignment. Meaning we could transfer and assign the interest of Investor B to Soraka as of the date of the closing. But that would be post facto, after Investor B, Entity B, had gone through all the AML checks.
And when you say Investor B would have to go through all the AML checks, you mean filling out the subscription documents, providing ultimate beneficial owner information, that sort of thing?
Yes.
And what ultimately happened? Did they change the name of the entity, or what happened?
They kept the Soraka subscription booklets in place and they sent a wire from a Soraka account.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down. And if we can pull up, please, what's in evidence as Government Exhibit GXHN 57. By the way, Ms. Schottenheimer, this period at the end of May into June 2020. When you were facilitating this Soraka/Miles Kwok investment, can you describe to the members of the jury the pace of that deal?
There was a lot going on at that time. There was a lot of interest in this new prodigious series. It was a reverse inquiry from one of our largest investor from our flagship fund. And, we introduced this new product to our current investor base. We closed the initial B1 tranche closing on June 1st. And so coinciding with me closing that 172 interested investors that subscribed on June 1st. I was then also coordinating this between Kyle and William, the Soraka and Hamilton investment.
And so as the Managing Director of Investor Relations, the time you were interacting with William J. about the Soraka/Miles Kwok investment, were you also handling other potential investors and managing those investments?
Correct, like close to 200.
Ms. Schottenheimer, this document is dated June 3, 2020, and it's from William J. to you. Could you please read to the jury the first email from Mr. J.
Soraka will subscribe $100 million, and Hamilton will subscribe $1 million in this batch. Please see the attached signature pages of the onshore Soraka fund document you sent earlier, and the relevant KYC documents for your review. Please confirm all is in order, and we will arrange remittance. The offshore Hamilton documents will follow.
Continued on next page. By Mr. Finkel.
And Ms. Schottenheimer, at a high level, what is attached to this email?
These are the subscription documents for Soraka to invest in Hayman Hong Kong Opportunity Onshore Fund Share Class B.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, could we go to page 4 of this document, please? Stop right there. Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this page?
This is the signature page to the subscription booklet.
And who signed for Soraka Media Group Incorporated?
Yangping Wang.
With what title?
President.
What does it say next to total requested capital contributions?
$100 million.
And what does that mean? Total requested capital contributions, layman's terms.
The amount that they are subscribing or investing in the fund.
At this time, June 3, 2020, did you know who Yinping Wang is?
I did not.
Mr. Finkel said, "Could we go to page 6, Ms. Loftus?" Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this page, investor profile?
This is a page of the subscription booklet that collects information on the investor.
Ms. Schottenheimer, underneath the capital contribution, 100 million, or 2 lines below it, what does it say?
2 lines below the capital contribution.
Yes, ma'am.
Briefly identify the subscriber's primary source of wealth.
And why does Hayman collect that information?
This is an AML requirement.
And what information is provided by Soraka about their primary source of wealth?
On their first pass of the subscription document, it was left blank.
And is that acceptable for Hayman's purposes?
No.
And below that, entity investors. It says there's a registered office address in Delaware and a principal place of business on 64th Street in Manhattan. What's the difference between a registered office address and a principal place of business address?
Principal place of business is the primary place where the majority of the business of this entity takes place. The registered office is where the entity was formed and registered.
Mr. Finkel said, "Could we go to page 8, please, Ms. Loftus?" Actually, page 7. Sorry. The bottom, or the second line of page 7, Ms. Schottenheimer, it says, "Total number of equity/capital/ or beneficial owners of the investor." What does that mean?
So this is an entity, and we are trying to understand how many individuals own this entity.
And what's the information provided?
That there is one owner of this entity.
And which entity is this?
Soraka Media Group, Incorporated.
And at this time, what was your understanding of who the one entity or owner of this Soraka Media Group was?
Miles Kwok's son.
Mr. Finkel said, "Ms. Loftus, we can go to page 8 now, please." Sorry about that. Ms. Schottenheimer, what is the information that is being provided on page 8 of HN 57?
We need authorized contacts to know who is authorized to receive information regarding this investment. And there is a primary contact and a secondary contact listed.
And who is the primary contact?
Yangping Wang.
And who is the secondary contact?
Max Krasner.
And at this time, Ms. Schottenheimer, did you know who Max Krasner was?
I did not.
In your work at Hayman, is it unusual to see contacts that are different than your understanding of who is the family office investing in a project?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Object to form."
The court said you may answer.
There's an industry term called segregation of duties. And this is a best-in-practice kind of governance over kind of institutional practices. And so it is very common that the person making the investment decisions is different than the authorized signatory on the account. And that is, there's additional contacts receiving information of the investment.
Mr. Finkel said, "We can go to page 11, please, Ms. Loftus." It says here the authorized signatory is Yinping Wang. Similar question. Is it unusual to see an individual as an authorized signatory who is different than the ultimate beneficial owner in the family office?
This is not unusual.
Why not?
Like I previously said, this is segregation of duties. This is kind of more eyes watching the investment, watching over what's going on. And this is very typical for institutional quality investments.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can go page 29, please, Ms. Loftus." Sorry. page 46. Excuse me. If we can go to page 49. Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this document? Page 49 of HN 57.
This is a valid government-issued ID. It's a passport of Yang Ping Wang's passport.
And why is it something that Hayman collected?
As the authorized signatory of Soraka Media Group, we were required to collect this document as part of our AML check.
Mr. Finkel said, "Could we go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus? If we can go to page 53. You can take that down." Ms. Schottenheimer, given that the source of wealth information was left blank, what, if anything, did you convey to Mr. G about that?
There was a number of blanks within the subdoc that I needed complete, and so I requested to him to complete the outstanding information.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can pull up, please, HN 69. Now separate from the Soraka investment, was Hayman also collecting materials for the Hamilton investment?"
Yes.
And what is this document, HN 69?
This is the subscription packet that Hamilton is submitting for processing for subscription to Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Offshore Fund.
And was Hamilton going to get the same side letter agreement that Soraka got?
Yes, it was negotiated simultaneously.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can pull up, please, Ms. Loftus HN 71. If we can zoom in on the top email, please." Ms. Schottenheimer, this document HN 71 is dated June 4, 2020. Can you review it and let the members of the jury know the purpose of you sending this email to Mr. J.E.?
Mr. J.E. had requested countersigned or counter-executed subscription booklets for both Soraka and Hamilton. This is sometimes a practice that in order for a bank to send a wire, they want to see that there's an actual agreement or deal in place for the fund that they are subscribing. There was a handful of outstanding questions on the Soraka document, but none that were AML related. And so we were comfortable signing the subscription booklet with just a handful of outstanding questions to be made.
But when Hayman had signed the subscription booklet, had Soraka provided information about the source of funds?
Yes, they had.
Mr. Finkel said, "Could we go to page 31 of this document, Ms. Loftus? And can you read, Ms. Schottenheimer? What's below? Briefly identify the subscriber's primary source of wealth."
Selling shares of a subsidiary.
And at this time, do you have any idea what that meant?
Not specifically.
Mr. Finkel said, "You can take that down. And if we can go to HN 79, which is an evidence. And can you zoom in on the bottom email, please, Ms. Loftus? Ms. Schottenheimer, can you read this email dated June 5, 2020, from you to William J.E.?
Hi William. I am pleased to report we have received the $100 million wire from Soraka. Please advise on Hamilton's wire at your earliest convenience. Thank you.
And did in fact Hayman receive $100 million from Soraka?
Yes.
And did Hayman later receive the $1 million from Hamilton?
Yes.
By the way, why were you interacting with William J. about the Soraka investment instead of Miles Kwok?
It was my understanding that he ran Mr. Kwok's investment portfolio.
And is that unusual for you to interface with people who work for someone who owns a family office?
Not unusual at all.
Mr. Finkel said, "Okay. If we can please display what's in evidence as HN 80. You can zoom in on the top, please. And who is this email from?"
Steve Bannon.
And who is it addressed to?
Kyle Bass.
And can you read what it says?
Congrats on Miles' deal. He thinks you are biggest superstar in finance.
Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor, at this time the government would like to read a stipulation."
The court said, "Go ahead."
Mr. Finkel said, "This is GX Stip 13. It is hereby stipulated and agreed by the United States of America and Miles Guo, the defendant, that GXSW101 GXSW150 are emails and their attachments, if any, that were sent or received by the account steve@art-and.com on the dates indicated on the face of the exhibit. And that stipulation is signed by the parties. And at this time, Ms. Loftus, if we could display for the witness what's been marked as GXSW107.
The court said, so you're looking to have that admitted.
Mr. Finkel said, parts of it, yes.
The court said, so is it going to be one by one that you'll?
Mr. Finkel said, we're going to seek to admit 2 of the documents at this time.
The court said, okay.
Mr. Finkel said, as soon as I find them. Your Honor, at this time the government offers GXSW107.
The court said, it is admitted without objection.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection, Your Honor.
Government's Exhibit SW107 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel
and Ms. Schottenheimer. Mr. Finkel said, actually, Ms. Loftus, can you publish that, please? And could you flip through that quickly? We can go to the top. Ms. Schottenheimer, who is this email from, or what email address?
steve@arc-end.com.
And who is it to?
Jack Bannon and Sean Bannon.
And what's attached to it, the name of the attachment?
Saraka Bannon Consulting Agreement version 4 clean, Word doc.
Ms. Schottenheimer, have you seen this document before?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, could we go to the next page? Oh, sorry, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Schottenheimer, can you please read the text of this email?
Jack, print out 2 copies of this agreement for me.
Ms. Schottenheimer. Mr. Finkel said, can you go to the next page, please? And Ms. Schottenheimer, can you read the top in bold?
This consulting agreement is made effective as of October 1, 2019, the effective date by and between Saraka Media Group, Inc., a company incorporated in the state of Delaware, Guo Media, or the company, and Bannon Strategic Advisors, Incorporated, the consultant individually, a party, collectively. The parties, in consideration of the mutual covenants set forth, and upon other good and valuable consideration. The parties agree as follows.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, can you scroll down to paragraph 4? And Ms. Schottenheimer, can you read paragraph 4?
As full compensation for the services and rights granted to the company in this agreement. Company agrees to pay consultant an annual fee of $1 million, the consulting fee, paid quarterly, i.e. every 3 months, in the amount of $250,000 and payable in advance. Which consulting fee is fully earned on the date hereof. The first $250,000 shall be due on signing of this agreement. Consultant shall be entitled to reimburse for any company prepaid costs and expenses incurred in connection with the services rendered under this agreement.
Mr. Finkel said, and if we can pull up, please, for the witness GXSW 108. And at this time, the government offers GXSW 108.
The court said, without objection?
Mr. Kamaraju said, I'm just waiting for it to come up on the screen, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit SW108 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, could we publish that, please, Ms. Loftus?
By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Schottenheimer, have you seen this document before?
No.
Can you read the bottom of it? It says on October 1st, 2019?
At 1:17 p.m.
Yes.
Jack, print out 2 copies of this agreement for me.
And who sent that?
Steve Bannon.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. If we can scroll to the top, please, Ms. Loftus. And this email from Sean Bannon to Jack Bannon copying Steve Bannon, Ms. Schottenheimer. Can you read the text of it?
2 copies of Guo contract in envelope along with a contract Grace needs your wet signature on.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down. And Ms. Schottenheimer, for Soraka, ultimately did the AML KYC checks go through?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, if you can please display what's in evidence as GXHN 220. Ms. Schottenheimer, do you recognize this sort of email?
Yes.
What is it?
It is an email from the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund's third-party administrator SEI. SEI sets up all authorized contacts on their portal for access to the investor-level documents available, such as tax documents like AK1 or the monthly capital statements.
And who was this email sent to?
The authorized signatory and contact on the Soraka account, Yvette Wang.
Mr. Finkel said, take that down, please. And if we can please pull up what's in evidence as HN 124. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Schottenheimer?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what HN 124 is?
It's an email between William and I. I had received a strange email from a strange email address asking that. Need to verify that if Carl Bass was one of the directors of Soraka Media Group. So I cut and paste this strange email that I've got, had received, to William, and I say, Hi William. I am going to ignore the below unless otherwise directed by you. In which he responds, please ignore the email as most of these are scams. Thanks.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down. Ms. Schottenheimer, I want to direct your attention to July 13, 2020. What, if anything, happened with respect to the Soraka investment on that date?
Hayman received a call from outside counsel, our lawyer, that they had received a letter from the SEC for a documentation request regarding Soraka's investment in the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund.
What was the name of that attorney?
Kit Adelman.
And what firm does Ms. Adelman work at?
Haynes and Boone.
And how is it that you remember that particular date, July 13, 2020?
It was my mom's 70th birthday, and I was supposed to cook dinner.
Did you cook her dinner?
At like 9 p.m.
Why was it so delayed?
There was a lot of calls, internally at Hayman and with external counsel.
About what general topic matter?
About Soraka's investment in the Hayman Fund and this document request that we had received.
And what sort of documents was the SEC requesting from Hayman?
Mr. Kamarju said, objection to form, Your Honor.
The court said, did they request any documents?
They requested a number of documents.
What kind of documents did the SEC request?
The ones that I had to run point on gathering was the subscription documents.
Subscription documents of what?
Of Soraka investing in the Hong Kong Fund, AML, that went along with it.
And upon receiving this request for documents from the SEC, after that, what, if any, steps did Hayman take as a result of this notification?
At this point, we were being advised by external counsel, and they were running point on the process. But as a next step, my recollection was that we segregated the Soraka investment in its own tranche so it wasn't commingled with any other investors. So Soraka stayed in B2 and the other investors we moved out to different tranches, and then we, from there, had $30 million of the $100 million had been invested in options shorting the Hong Kong dollar. And then we had roughly $7 million, $70 million that was still in cash. And we kind of segregated these two buckets of the Soraka investment because it had been brought to our attention that $70 million of the $100 million was potentially not from Soraka.
Did Hayman's attorneys contact Soraka?
Yes. Yes. HN 168.
Mr. Kamarju said, objection to form.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can display what's in evidence, as if you can zoom in at the top through the Kit Adelman. Yup. What is the date of this email, Ms. Schottenheimer?
Wednesday, July 15th.
What is the text of it?
Please see the attached letter requiring your prompt attention. Thank you, Kit Adelman.
And who, if anyone, did Ms. Adelman send this email to?
William J. Max K., Yvette Wang, Aaron at lmessiasq.com.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that, and let's go to the next page, please. And Ms. Schottenheimer, what was your understanding of why Ms. Adelman sent this letter to William J. Max Krasner, Yvette Wang, and Aaron Mitchell?
We were trying to understand where the source of funds came for the Soraka investment. And we were trying to understand what to do with the investment going forward.
Can you read the first paragraph of this letter?
Haynes and Boone LLP represents Hayman Capital Management and Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Onshore Fund. We have been contacted by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission related to an investigation of a securities offering by GTV Media Group entitled In the Matter of G-Coins, NY 10256. As a result, we require your immediate attention and additional information.
And at this time, Ms. Schottenheimer, July 15, 2020, what was your understanding of what GTV Media Group was?
It was an entity run and operated by Miles Kwok.
And what was your understanding of what G-Coins was?
It was an offering that GTV was. It was a private placement offering that GTV Media Group offered. Presented.
What's a private placement?
A private placement is a private fund that is not offered on an exchange.
Can you read the next paragraph?
As the general partner to the fund and in the performance of its continuing due diligence and compliance with the securities laws, Hayman requires your response to the following.
Can you read the first question?
What was the source of capital used by Soraka Media Group to invest in the fund?
Can you read the next question?
The fund's subscription agreement the fund's subscription agreement completed on behalf of Soraka listed the company's primary source of wealth as selling shares of subsidiary. What subsidiary is this statement referring to? When were the shares of the subsidiary acquired? And when were the shares sold?
Could you read the next one?
If the proceeds were derived from a securities offering, did the offering documents disclose the use of proceeds to include an investment in the fund or in any similar private vehicle? If yes, please provide a copy of the disclosure document.
Can you read the next one?
Was any of the money raised in GTV's primary offering of shares used to fund Soraka's investment in the fund?
And the next one?
For the primary offering funds raised by GTV, into what banks were the proceeds deposited and what was the balance in those accounts as of July 9, 2020?
Ms. Schottenheimer, did anyone from Soraka Media respond to these questions?
No.
The third question, it says, if the proceeds were derived from a securities offering, did the offering documents disclose the use of proceeds to include an investment in the fund or in any similar private fund vehicle? What is your understanding of what offering documents means?
Well, a private placement is something that an investor subscribes to. And you have to offer them the interest or the option to invest in the fund. So there would be offering documents, just like we have offering documents for the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund.
Mr. Finkel said, can you zoom out, Ms. Loftus, and go to the next page, please? Can you read the second sentence of the first paragraph?
Thank you for your prompt assistance in this matter. If you have questions regarding this request, please contact me at this email address and phone number below.
And above that it says, however, to remain an investor in the fund, we require responses to the above questions by 9 a.m. Central Time on Friday, July 17th.
Yes.
Were those responses provided?
They were not.
Did Hayman receive any response after dispatching this letter?
Mr. Cumraju said, "Objection, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "I can rephrase. What, if any, response did Hayman receive after dispatching this letter?"
No formal responses to this letter.
What about informal responses?
It's my understanding that Kyle and William had connected over the phone.
And what is your understanding of what that communication was?
Mr. Cumraju said, "Objection. Hearsay."
The court said, "If you'll step up, please."
At the sidebar,
The court said, "So for what purpose are you eliciting these out-of-court statements?"
Mr. Finkel said, "So there are 2 points to it. One, Your Honor, it's a statement of William J., which is a co-conspirator statement, and second, it's being offered to show the effect on the listener, which here is Ms. Schottenheimer, because it informs what she and others at Hayman subsequently did with respect to the Soraka investment."
The court said, "The objection is overruled."
continued on next page. In open court,
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
Can you please repeat the question?
What was your understanding of what was conveyed to Mr. Bass by Mr. J.E.?
That there was a misunderstanding. There might have been some money borrowed, but they were going to put it back, and to keep investing the money. And they wanted to stay invested in the Hayman Capital Hong Kong Fund.
I'm sorry.
The Hayman Capital Hong Kong Fund.
Was that explanation sufficient for Hayman?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please display what's in evidence as HN 193. If you can zoom in on this. This is an email from William J.E. to Kyle Bass. Is that correct?"
Yes.
July 24th, 2020?
Yes.
Can you read what William J.E. told Mr. Bass?
Dear Kyle, how are you? Soraka has asked me to inform you that their investments into your fund is valid and approved by your fund previously. Soraka does not agree for any refund of the money to Soraka, or your fund may need to bear any consequences of such refund, including any economic consequences. Thanks and best regards, William.
Was Hayman contemplating ejecting Soraka from the HHKOF at this time?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because it had been brought to our attention that the funds for the investment might not have come from Soraka.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please pull up what's in evidence as HN 221. Ms. Schottenheimer, do you recognize this document?"
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what this email is?
This is our lawyer, Kit Adelman, sending notice to Soraka and its counsel that Hayman, as the general partner of the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Onshore Fund, is exercising its right to make a mandatory withdrawal of $70 million of the investment made by Soraka Media Group.
And what does that mean, if you can explain to the jury, of a mandatory withdrawal of $70 million?
The GP of the fund, the general partner of the fund, reserves the right to exercise its ability to do a mandatory withdrawal of an investor.
And what's mandatory withdrawal?
Forcing them to. It's a forced redemption to return the capital of an investor's money.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please display what's in evidence as HN 208. And Your Honor, this is the document that requires the instruction."
The court said, "All right. So the document that you're about to see, if you'll just enlarge it for me, is an email from Kyle Bass to William J.E. It's not being offered for the truth of what is being stated in the email. It's being offered merely for its effect on the recipient. You may proceed."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
by Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Schottenheimer, is this an email that you reviewed before it was sent?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
I think it was a team effort to review the accuracy of this email before Kyle sent it to William.
And what's the date of this email?
August 22nd of 2020.
And prior to this email being sent by Mr. Bass to Mr. J.E., Aside from that phone conversation you mentioned, had Hayman or its attorneys received any responses to the questions that Ms. Adelman had posed about the source of the funds for the $100 million Soraka investment?
No response.
Can you read this document, please?
Me?
Yes.
Sorry. Yes. William. Given the unfortunate government investigations that surround Soraka's investment with the Hayman Hong Kong Fund, I am writing today to inquire about your signature on the attached document sent to you and the Soraka team on July 31st. Since we first received notice of the investigations in mid-July, our lawyers have been in frequent contact with federal authorities regarding this investment and have spoken repeatedly with counsel to Soraka and GTV. Based on those discussions, through which Hayman learned information regarding the source of funds for some of Soraka's investment in the fund, and which had not been previously disclosed, Hayman was compelled to act responsibly and redeem $70 million of Soraka's initial $100 million investment. Hayman will not be collecting any management fees from the entire $100 million investment. As we stated in the letter, we will retain our actual legal fees incurred in this matter. In our last phone conversation on August 3rd, you confirmed that you would have the attached letter signed and returned to me promptly. To this day, I have not received your signature on the document. Please have it executed and send it to me as soon as possible.
Pause right there. And so in that piece of the letter to William J., it says that Hayman was compelled to act responsibly and redeem $70 million of Soraka's initial $100 million investment. What does that mean, redeem?
So this is the mandatory withdrawal that Hayman exercised, or the GP of the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund exercised. And so in speaking with federal authorities and counsel for Soraka and GTV, it became evident that this $70 million was not from in fact Soraka, as rep to us in the subscription document. And so therefore, we were wanting to divest the amount from the fund and put it in an escrow account, until further instruction.
And if you can keep reading?
The next item to be addressed relates to the remaining $30 million, part of the 100, initially invested into the Hayman Hong Kong Fund. In order to allow Soraka to remain invested in the fund, Hayman needs to receive a representation from you and Soraka's lawyers regarding the specific source of this money,
beyond what was initially provided stated in the subscription documents, and that this money is not tainted in any way, including that it does not represent assets from the GTV offering but that it is a bona fide investment made by Soraka and Miles.
Pause right there. Now where it says a bona fide investment made by Soraka and Miles, what does Miles mean?
Miles Kwok.
Keep going.
Moreover, we expect you or your lawyers to confirm that the source of this portion of Soraka's investment has been discussed with the federal authorities, and that they have no objection to the continuation of that portion of the investment being managed in the fund. We have been asking for clarification regarding this information since July 15th.
Letter from counsel also attached, and need the information and representations from you or your lawyers by the end of next week for us to continue managing this investment on Soraka's behalf.
Keep going.
Please discuss this with Miles and respond to me as soon as possible. We need resolution on the remaining $30 million investment by August 28th. I will be available to you at any time you wish to speak about this, and I would like to find a resolution that everyone, including the U.S. government prosecutors, agrees upon.
Ms. Schottenheimer, did the federal authorities direct Hayman to send this email?
No.
Okay. Did Hayman receive a response to this email?
No.
Did Soraka provide a representation from itself or its lawyers regarding the specific source of money?
No.
Was there any representation made that the money invested in the Hong Kong Opportunities Fund was not tainted in any way?
No.
Was there any representation made that that money was not from assets from a GTE offering?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was there any representation made by Soraka or its counsel that the $100 million investment in the Hong Kong Opportunities Fund Prodigious Series was a bona fide investment made by Soraka and Miles Kwok?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, "You can zoom out of that and go to the next page." Ms. Schottenheimer, do you recall what documents were attached to this email?
The letter Kit Adelman sent on July 15 inquiring about the source of funds of the Soraka Media Group investment, and also the withdrawal notice that she had sent on July 31 as well.
And what's the withdrawal notice mean?
That was the letter that we sent to Soraka notifying them of the mandatory withdrawal of the $70 million.
Mr. Finkel said, "Okay. You can take that down, Ms. Loftus." Now, Ms. Schottenheimer, the $30 million that was left because it was already invested in options. What happened to that $30 million?
To clarify, the $30 million.
Let me ask the question this way. Soraka made a $100 million investment in the Prodigious Series. What happened to that $100 million?
70 of that was segregated, and we moved it into a feeder fund account until an agreed-upon escrow account was put in place. The remaining $30 million, to our knowledge, was potentially a bona fide investment. We had no evidence otherwise. And so we kept it invested in the fund through September-October time frame of 2021.
And what happened to the value of that $30 million?
Well, because it is a capital exhaustion fund, as marketed in the presentation, and it is an options-based strategy, the value of the options, as they became closer to the expiration date, declined dramatically, so that $30 million investment, when it was put to work back in kind of June of 2020, 15 months later, when we liquidated it in the marketplace, it was worth about $380,000.
So how much money was lost, approximately?
Approximately $29.6 million.
And Ms. Schottenheimer, when an investor invested in the Prodigious Series, if they want to pull their money out 6 months after investing or 12 months after investing, are they allowed to do that?
No, they are not. There's no withdrawal rights for the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund's share Class B.
And the $70 million that was segregated, what ultimately happened to that money?
It sat in our feeder account, the onshore feeder account, for about a year, and in July of 2021. All interested parties did not object to it going to an escrow account in the name of Soraka's lawyers. It was an account in Soraka's lawyer's name.
When you say interested parties, who is that?
The government authorities involved, DOJ, SEC, and then Soraka's lawyers didn't object to it. So Soraka.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please display what's in evidence as Government Exhibits 222 and, HN 222 and HN 223. Ms. Schottenheimer, do you recognize these documents, HN 222 and 223?
Yes.
What are they?
These are wire confirmations.
For what?
The one on the left is a wire confirmation from July 7 from the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities onshore fund wiring money from its account to a JP Morgan account in the name of Morvillo Abramowitz, Grand Earson, and Associates.
What's the amount of that wire?
$69,331,019.48.
And what is your understanding of what Morvillo is?
It's my understanding that this is Soraka's counsel at the time of the wire.
And Ms. Schottenheimer, do you know what happened, if anything, to that $69.3 million after Hayman sent it to Morvillo's escrow account?
I do not.
And the document on the right, HN 223, what is that?
This is a second wire from Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities onshore fund dated October 15. The wire is coming from our onshore feeder, account. Being sent to a JP Morgan account in the name of Morvillo Abramowitz Grand Earson and Associates. It's in the amount of $382,558.58.
And do you know what happened to that $382,000 after Hayman transferred it to the Morvillo account?
I do not.
And this $382,000 and change, does that represent what was remaining of the $30 million?
That's correct, the liquidation of the $30 million.
Ms. Schottenheimer, you mentioned a moment ago that once money is invested in the prodigious series, it can't be withdrawn by an investor. Why is that?
Because of it's an industry term. It's called faded decay of the option, meaning that this is an options-based strategy and there is dramatic loss of the value of the option immediately after investment. And so this is a buy and hold strategy. You invest an amount that you are comfortable with losing. If the Hong Kong dollar does not trade outside of the weak side of the band within the time horizon of these options. So for every tranche that closes, we have a target date that all the options expire.
What do you mean by comfortable with losing?
This is a very high risk, potentially high reward strategy. And it is very plausible that all of the options could expire worthless, and the Hong Kong dollar. This 40-year peg stays within the band during the duration of your investment. And so all investors need to be prepared to lose whatever amount they are investing cause this is to be used as a hedge to their overall portfolio, or a small kind of opportunistic potentially repricing of this risk.
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Ms. Schottenheimer. No further questions at this time."
The court said, cross-examination.
Mr. Kumraju said, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Cross-examination.
By Mr. Kumraju.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you have now been with Hayman in one form or the other for almost 20 years, right?
Correct.
You started as an intern in 2005, correct?
I started as an intern at Legg Mason, but under Kyle in 2005.
Got it. And then you started at Hayman the following year?
April of 2006, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned Kyle. That's Kyle Bass, right?
Yes, Kyle Bass.
Okay. And Mr. Bass is Hayman's Chief Investment Officer, right?
Founder and Chief Investment Officer.
All right. So fair to say he decides sort of the ultimate investment strategies for the fund?
Yes.
And you testified I think on direct that Hayman is regulated by the SEC, correct?
At the time in question, June of 2020. Hayman was a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Okay. And that subsequently changed, right?
Yes.
And I believe, let's just focus on the time in question for right now. You testified that at that time Hayman could only take in money from certain kinds of investors, right?
Correct.
Qualified purchasers, basically, right?
Yes. We only offered 3C7 funds at the time.
And the definition of a qualified investor that you gave on direct. It's fair to say it's basically about income level or assets that the investor has?
Specifically for qualified purchaser, it's $5 million in marketable securities.
Okay. And an accredited investor is a similar concept, right?
Correct, a similar threshold but lower.
Got it. You just need more, less in assets, right?
Correct.
Now Hayman also has, for some of its funds, at least, a minimum investment amount, right?
Yes, a stated minimum, yes.
So for the prodigious fund I think that was around $25,000, right?
For the onshore feeder fund, yes.
Okay. Thank you. You're going to have to explain onshore and offshore to me in a little bit. But for right now, onshore fund, right? And so is it fair to say that there's a distinction between the accredited investor standard and the minimum investment standard, right?
So we don't manage any 3C1 funds or accredited funds.
Okay. Well, let's do it with the qualified purchaser, all right?
Correct.
There's a distinction between the qualified purchaser and the minimum investment amount, right?
Correct. Those are two separate things.
Right. The qualified purchaser is about the qualities of the investor, right?
Correct.
And the minimum investment amount is about the qualities of the investment, right? Amount, basically.
Mr. Finkel said, object to form.
The court said you may answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So the minimum amount threshold is about the amount of the investment, right?
Yes, it's set by the GP.
And the minimum investment amount can be in some circumstances waived, right?
Yes.
But the qualified purchaser threshold, that cannot be waived, right?
Unless you are a knowledgeable employee.
Right.
That works for Hayman. So it's one of the things, but yes. For external investor, there is no exceptions for being a qualified purchaser.
Got it. And I think you testified on direct that the way Hayman learned that somebody is a qualified purchaser is through a representation by the potential investor. Right?
If it's someone that comes in as a reverse inquiry that we don't know, that is the case, yes. If it's the University of Chicago, I can look up that they manage $9 billion under assets under their website, then no.
Right. But that verification that you mentioned, that's not required of Hayman, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. Hayman, I'll rephrase it. Maybe it will be better. Hayman is not required to confirm the accuracy of a qualified purchaser representation, correct?
Once the representation is made, we are not required to look at bank statements or any further verification.
Okay. And so that's the same with Soraka, just like any other investor, right?
Pertaining to the subdocs.
Yeah, at the time it was making the investment.
Yeah, we take the representatives on the subdocs as is.
So as part of your, I'm going to call it the qualification process, is that all right, just to?
Okay.
So as part of the qualification process for Soraka, Hayman never had to ask for any bank account statements, right?
Correct.
Never any sort of net worth statements, right?
Correct.
No list of assets, right?
Not required.
Okay. And it's not required, so you didn't ask Mr. J.E. for any of that stuff, right?
Correct.
And that was true from the time that you first got the qualified purchaser representation from Mr. J.E. all the way through when the money came in. Right?
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. I'm just trying to get at that period of time between when.
Did you say a number of days?
Yeah, just a few days, whatever it was, right?
Right.
But that period, whenever the qualified purchaser representation was made and the wire came in, there was no point in that period where you asked for the Soraka bank statements or any confirmation, right?
Correct.
And you're not required to, right?
That is correct.
And now you testified earlier that you recognized Mr. Guo in the courtroom, correct?
I believe I was not able to answer that question, to my recollection.
That's fine. You met him first in Texas, right?
I've met Mr. Yes, I met Miles one time in Texas.
All right. He was pleasant to you when you met him?
Very pleasant.
Down to earth?
Very.
And he was there to do an interview with Mr. Bass, right?
Yes.
Do you know if that interview was pre-planned?
Yes. The Real Vision team was there recording, and it was planned.
Okay. And it happened in an airport hangar, right?
Yes.
Now it happened in an airport hangar because there were security concerns, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know why it happened in the hangar?
Not specifically, no.
And that interview happened, right? It was a real vision interview.
It did.
And you were there for the whole interview?
I was.
And you were asked on direct to interpret what, some things that Mr. Bass and Mr. Guo were talking about. Right?
Yes.
Right. The prosecutor played some clips and asked you what you thought.
Of the final interview, yes, that was aired. Just for clarification. There was a full filming team there, and I was out of the frame, and so I couldn't hear live every single word that was said in the interview. I watched the interview post facto once it was actually published.
Oh, I got it. So you were able to sort of see the complete interview after it was released, is that?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Got it. And those were the clips that Mr. Finkel was asking you to interpret, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now it's fair to say that during that interview Mr. Guo wasn't exactly fluent in English, right?
Correct. He brought an interpreter with him.
Right. He even made a joke about trying to use something he called Chinglish, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, "You may answer if you know."
I don't recall that joke.
You said he brought a translator. That was Mr. J.E., right?
Correct.
And Mr. J.E. did step in to translate from time to time, right?
That is my recollection, yes.
And you testified on direct that despite the language barrier, they were discussing certain aspects of the Chinese economy, right?
Yes.
And there was a graph that was displayed during the interview, do you remember that?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Guo's team supplied that graph, right?
Yes.
Who was it on Mr. Guo's team that supplied that graph?
The graph was supplied to Kyle and so I don't know.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge that Mr. Guo's team submitted it to Mr. Bass, right?
Correct.
But you did testify that subsequent to that, Hayman actually included that graph in one of its presentations, right?
Yes.
And that's an investor presentation, correct?
Yes.
So Hayman was comfortable enough with the information in the graph to disclose it to its potential investors. Right?
Yes, with the source of Guo Media.
So you listed the source was Guo Media, right?
That's my recollection.
Okay. But if you had thought the numbers were totally bogus, you wouldn't have sent them out to your investors, right?
Correct.
Now you also testified that Hayman engages in, I think you described it as an event-driven investment strategy. Right?
Global event-driven investing, yes.
Okay. And I think in response to the court's question, you gave an example of devaluing currency, right?
That would be a catalyst or an event, yes.
So is it fair to say that it's basically making an investment around something the fund considers to be a significant event?
I don't know if the word significant is always appropriate, but just an event.
Okay. An event that the fund thinks is worth trading around, right?
When you say fund, what fund are you speaking of?
I'm talking about Hayman.
Hayman, yeah. So if we have a, could you please repeat the question?
Mr. Kumraju said, could we have it read back, please, or I'll get it wrong.
The court said, "Go ahead."
Record read.
So we would invest in securities that we tied to an event-driven thesis, yes.
Okay. So the underlying event, that could be in the US or it could be abroad, right? Hayman does both.
It had a global focus. We have a global focus.
But Hayman has made investments based on events in the United States, right?
Yes.
So for example, in 2008, Hayman made an investment based on the subprime mortgage market, correct?
Correct.
And so in essence, you made an investment that the market would go down, right?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, object to the relevance and scope.
The court said, "Could you step up, please?"
Continued on next page. At the sidebar,
The court said, "Why are you asking about subprime mortgages in 2008?
Mr. Kamaraju said, oh. I'm just trying to establish, I was just trying to help explain what an event-driven investment thesis is. Which is they're playing against the Hong Kong dollar. I have no more questions about this. I don't intend to delve any further into the 2008 subprime mortgages. That was it."
The court said, "All right. I'll allow the question."
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, if I may.
The court said yes.
Mr. Finkel said, I think defense counsel has gone far enough. The 2008 investment was an investment that there would be a housing crisis, which is to say that Hayman profited when there was a housing crisis. 2008 is about 12 years before the events that are relevant here. And it's already been elicited that they made domestic investments. That's relevant. And I didn't object to that question. To go any further into the investment in the housing market, it appears, Your Honor, it's designed in part to portray Hayman in a negative light because they invested in the housing crisis, which is irrelevant, so I would ask the objection be sustained. What needs to be elicited has already been elicited, and we shouldn't go any further because it has no proper purpose before the jury.
The court said, "I don't agree. I think that it is appropriate to give an example of a past investment. So the objection is overruled."
continued on next page. In open court,
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
Mr. Kamaraju said, would you mind just reading back the question, please?
record read. By Mr. Kamraju.
Now on direct you spent some time talking about something called the Prodigious Fund, right?
Yes.
Okay. And without getting too granular at the moment. Sort of the event that was triggering for the Prodigious Fund was some activity related to the Hong Kong dollar. Fair enough.
Yes.
And specifically, the idea is that the peg between the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar would break at some point, right?
On the weak side, yes.
Right. On the weak side, because if it breaks the other way, the fund loses money, right?
Correct.
So you testified on direct, I believe, that there's something called the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Right?
Yes.
Sometimes called.
HKMA.
Yes. Thank you. And it has a role to play in maintaining the peg, right?
Yes.
So it maintains US dollars reserves, right?
It holds US dollars on its balance sheet, yes.
Okay. And if I understood your testimony, please correct me if I have it wrong. But, the HKMA can use those reserves to step in to keep the peg in place, right?
The excess reserves, yes.
Okay. And the whole concept of the peg is to keep the Hong Kong dollar tied to a band with the US dollar, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that if the HKMA ran out of its excess reserves, then that could lead the peg to break, right?
Likely.
It likely would lead it to break, right?
Yes.
And do you remember testifying on direct that Mr. Bass expressed the opinion in the Real Vision interview that the HKMA had already spent 78% of its excess reserves?
Yes.
And I think you testified further that if the peg broke, then, and I believe this is your phrase, the market would call out Hong Kong, right?
So the market could call out Hong Kong prior to the Hong Kong Monetary Authority actually running out of reserves, in anticipation that they would.
Right. So basically the fear that they might could cause the market to call out Hong Kong.
Could cause the Hong Kong dollar to trade outside of the band. Even prior to the HKMA running out of officially running out of reserves.
Got it. And just to try to put it in layman's terms, right? The phrase, call out the market, that's another way of saying there would be a loss of confidence in the Hong Kong economy. Right?
In the Hong Kong dollar pegged to the US dollar, is where the loss of confidence would be.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So just to be clear for the record. The loss of confidence would be specific to the Hong Kong dollar in this instance.
Hong Kong dollar's ability to maintain the peg.
And I think on direct you testified that Hayman's view was that the peg no longer made sense when I think you were using the phrase HHKOF. Right? When HHKOF was started, Hayman's view was that the peg didn't make sense anymore, right?
Correct.
And that at some point in the future, it would break, right?
That it would likely break, yes.
Okay. That's the investment thesis, fair enough.
Correct. Or more broadly, that the optionality is just mispriced, it's too cheap.
Right. And I'm not an expert, so I'm going to try. But basically that it makes financial or economic sense to buy the option at that price, right?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, I just object to the commentary. It should just be questions to the witness.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. That at that point in time, it made economic sense to buy the option at that price.
It would depend on what your investment objectives are. What kind of exposures you have in your portfolio, but as a global event-driven investor. It made sense for Kyle and the Hayman vehicles to invest in this strategy, in this mispriced strategy.
Mr. Kamraju said, Your Honor, I don't know if you intended to break for lunch now or you want me to keep going. It's up to you.
The court said, It's 11:29 and we will have our break. Remember that you're not allowed to discuss the case amongst yourself, or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Also remember that you're not permitted to do any research about the case by any means, and you're not permitted to read any news coverage of the case. So be ready to walk back into the courtroom at noon.
The law clerk said, Jury exiting.
The court said, And you may step down. Remember not to discuss the case.
The witness said, Yes, Your Honor. Jury not present.
The court said, Do the parties have anything before we return at noon? Oh, the witness needs to step out.
Mr. Finkel said, The government does not.
Mr. Kamraju said, Nor do we, Your Honor.
The court said, All righty.
Mr. Kamraju said, Thank you.
The court said yes.
Lunch and recess. Afternoon session 12 p.m.
The court said, Please have the witness brought back and the jury brought in.
Jury present.
The court said, Please be seated. And please remember that you're under oath.
The witness said, Yes.
The court said, You may continue the cross-examination.
Mr. Kamraju said, Thank you, Your Honor.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Now, Ms. Schottenheimer, I think when we broke off, we were talking about the peg, right?
Yes.
By the way, do you know why it's called a peg?
So technically, the Hong Kong dollar is banded to the United States dollar. I don't know where the term.
The court said, One moment, please.
Mr. Kamraju said, Sorry, Your Honor.
The court said, If you would ask the question again, please.
Mr. Kamraju said, Absolutely. So I think the question you were responding to is, do you know why it's called a peg?
My response was the Hong Kong dollar is banded to the US dollar. Which means it trades within a band, not a peg. And I don't know the origination of the term peg.
Okay. But it's commonly referred to, and you on direct were talking about it, as a peg, right? That's the phrase that we're using.
Yes.
Okay. And before we broke, we were talking about the peg potentially breaking, right?
Yes.
Now, Hayman had a view that the peg would break at some point in the future, right? Or could break at some point in the future.
Break to the weak side, yes.
Okay. But Hayman's view wasn't that that break would happen immediately, right?
The timing of the decoupling of a 40-year peg is tough.
Right. So, for example, in June 2020, the prodigious fund closed, right?
It had its first closing June of 2020.
Okay. So that was the first closing.
The first closing was June 1st.
Hayman wasn't anticipating that the peg was going to break by July 4th of 2020, right?
It's hard for me to recall that many years ago, but I do know that Tranche 1 and Tranche 2. The initial closings of June 1st and June 8th were buying options that expired at the end of 2021. So we were kind of giving ourselves roughly like a year and a half runway.
Okay. And do you mind you used a term there? Options and runway. Would you mind just explaining how those two concepts go together?
Yes. In the Prodigious series, we were purchasing options on the Hong Kong dollar outside of the band. So basically, it's a call option on the US dollar and a put option on the Hong Kong dollar. Meaning we were long the US dollar and short the Hong Kong dollar. They were struck at 7 spot, the option price was struck at $7.85. So meaning the option would be in the money, or triggered once the Hong Kong dollar traded outside of the band on the weak side. So 7 spot 86, 7 spot 87, all of a sudden, that option is in the money. And the term runway is me in my words is that we were giving ourselves 18 months, roughly, or 17 I guess, 19 months of time for this thesis to play out with the options that we were buying for tranches B1 and B2.
And in very, general terms, the thesis envisioned this being sort of a gradual process, right? How about this? Let me withdraw that question and try a different one.
Okay.
The thesis envisioned that this could be a process that would play out over some time.
I recall how the trade was set up with this 19-month duration. And I recall us wanting to get the money invested in the options in a careful and timely manner. I can't exactly recall the specific question that you're asking. We wanted to be set up and positioned sooner rather than later, so we could be fully invested to capture any potential move in the Hong Kong dollar.
Got it. All right. Let me try it a different way. Let me ask a better question. Mr. Kumraju said, "Can we bring up what I believe is in evidence GXHN 27, please? And can we just go to page 2? All right. So I believe you testified about it on direct, right?
Yes.
This is the prodigious fund deck, is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. So and by deck, we just mean presentation, right?
This is the initial investor presentation from May of 2020, correct?
This is what would be sent out to investors to give them some sense of what the fund was about.
In May of 2020, there was iterations and updates along the way.
Sure. And just sticking to May of 2020, to this version for the moment. Mr. Kumraju said, "Can we go to page 35, please?" All right. Do you see the second bullet there that says, targeting effective average duration of portfolio of roughly 12 to 14 months?
Yes.
What does that mean?
This is referencing the average option expiry of this initial kind of portfolio or closing. So when you're buying options at different periods of time, it wasn't that we could just overnight put all the money to work in a single option. So as you're buying options over the course of June, July, and maybe August, I think that this is kind of underpromising, in hopes that we can overdeliver an effective duration of 12 to 14 months. I'm trying to recall if we were buying all one-year options. I think that's right. Okay. If I could just
Take your time.
start over.
Take your time. Go ahead.
We were focused on buying one-year options for the share class B. And so when we purchased options in June, they would expire June of the following year. And we would purchase options in July, they would expire July the following year, and August and so on. And I think that we would hold back some of the cash in order to purchase some options in December of 2020 for the last expiration to be December of 2021. So the goal was to put the exposure on with all of the options expiring by December of 2021. And the effective duration of the portfolio, meaning the average duration of the length of the options at any given time, would be between 12 and 14 months of coverage or exposure to the trade.
Got it. So is it fair to say then that Hayman wouldn't know if it was right about this particular tranche until December 2021?
Correct. Because with the goal of purchasing options that didn't expire through the end of December of 2021, we wouldn't have been completely wrong until we knew if all of the options expired worthless or not.
So even if you lost money during that time period, the investment thesis wouldn't have been proven wrong at that point, right?
Correct.
And I think you testified on direct that the strategy was a 12 to 24 month window or something in that range. Right?
So, yeah. It depends on the timing that we have these tranche closings, but, yes. It's between kind of historically, it's been 12 to 24 months, as the duration of these tranches.
And, in fact, the HHKOF is still in existence, right?
Both Share Class A and Share Class B still has tranches.
So Hayman is still using the same investment thesis or a similar one at least today?
Yes.
Okay. Let's flip back to page 2 of this, if you don't mind, please. All right. So who's depicted here again?
This is the leader of the Communist Party of China. His name is Xi Jinping.
Thank you. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. What is he doing?
He is blowing the flowers, the petals of the flower that's on the Hong Kong flag.
Okay. And this is in the material that's being marketed to potential investors, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, can we go to page 29, please? What's the title of this slide?
When investors last worried about Chinese law in Hong Kong.
And what does this slide depict?
This slide depicts a fairly substantial devaluation in the Hong Kong dollar primarily from 1981 to 1983.
Got it. And what is the title intended to convey?
I believe around 1983. Britain announced that they were going to Britain, had Hong Kong was a territory of Britain, for lack of a better term. And Britain was announcing that they were going to hand back Hong Kong to China. I think it was in like 19 in Britain, was no longer under UK law effective 1997. And I think there was an announcement to that effect sometime in the early 80s. That at some point it was going to go back to China. So when investors last worried about Chinese law in Hong Kong is around the time of this announcement. And that's around the time that the peg was put in place to stabilize the currency, to the best of my recollection.
Fair enough. Mr. Kumraju said, could we go to page 26, please? Can you just read the title of that slide?
Beijing Liaison Office draws line in sand in Hong Kong on the 5th of February, 20.
And then could you read that first bullet point?
Saturday. Beijing's liaison office in Hong Kong warned that the city would have no future if radical anti-government protests returned to chaos and violence at the time, requiring unity to fight the coronavirus crisis.
And what is this bullet intended to convey to investors?
Given that this presentation is 3 years old and we no longer have this in our deck, it's unclear to me.
Okay. Mr. Kumraju said, can we go to page 31, please? Do you see the title, Pegs Are Meant to Be Broken Argentina, right?
Yes.
So what's the purpose of including this slide in the deck?
I can't recall.
Okay. The purpose of the deck was to give some flavor of the investment to potential investors, right?
It was our body of work, our research in conveying our thesis to investors.
Right. And you wanted to show the investors there was some evidence for why the thesis might work, right?
Yes.
Right. You wanted to substantiate the idea in investors' minds, right?
I would describe it as we wanted to present our well-researched thesis.
Right. You wanted to make sure they understood it wasn't like a half-baked investment thesis, right?
That it was a thoughtful thesis.
And this slide depicts a time when another country's peg was broken, right?
Sitting up here today, I can't recall what Argentina is pegged to. And so it's hard for me to discuss this slide.
Mr. Kamaraju said, okay. Let's go to page 34, please. So what's depicted here?
This is a dragon crunching down on Hong Kong, and an umbrella that says democracy across it. This is China clamping down on Hong Kong's system of democracy.
And is there any significance to the fact that the umbrella is yellow?
Not to me, no.
Now, in addition to this presentation, investors would also receive something called a prospectus, right?
Generally, yes. We call it a confidential, we call it a private placement agreement.
Okay. We can call it that. Like a PPM.
PPM.
PPM. Okay. We'll use that. Mr. Kamraju said, could we bring up Government Exhibit 29, please? Thank you. All right. So let's just start on page 1. And I think you testified about this on direct.
Yes.
So this is the email, you sent this email, correct?
I did.
You were sending it to potential investors, right?
That it indicated interest in the share class B closing.
And one of the documents that you sent was the PPM for the HHKOF, right?
Yes, confidential offering memorandum.
Got it. Mr. Kamraju said, can we go to page 197 of the PDF, please? All right. So this is what we're referring to as the PPM, correct?
Yes.
Or if the proper term is confidential offering, I'm happy.
Some funds call it a PPM. This one is obviously a confidential offering memorandum.
Okay. So this memorandum is intended to convey more detailed information about the potential investment to investors, right?
Yes.
So it's got a number of different sections to it, right?
It does.
And there's a lot of work that goes into putting together one of these documents, right?
Yes.
So you get Mr. Bass contributes input to it, right?
This particular offering memorandum, I can't say that he had input in it, no.
Okay. Let's divorce it from this particular one for a second. Just the process at Hayman.
Yep.
Can you tell me, you're putting together a new tranche? What's the process for preparing a confidential memorandum offering?
So it's at the fund level. So this was in existence prior to the prodigious series closing for them initially on June 1st. So the initial Hong Kong Opportunities Onshore Fund Confidential Memorandum was put in place January of 2017. It was amended for the kind of additional share Class B, and that's why it's from May of 2020. We had a previous fund that was a currency-specific fund that we kind of used the basis of that fund for the Hong Kong strategy. And there was a number of people that provided input and helped the lawyers pull the draft together. I can't attest to whether Kyle was involved in that process or not.
Okay. That's fair enough. There are a number of Hayman people involved.
Correct.
There were lawyers involved.
Investment professionals.
Got it. Okay. So all of them work together to put together a confidential offering memorandum, right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of different topics covered in one of these, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, so, for example, can we go to page 198? So this is titled, Partnership Directory, right? What's the partnership directory?
I think it's naming all of the different kind of parties involved and third-party representation on behalf of the partnership.
Got it. And I think on direct you testified about having an administrator named SEI, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's the entity that's reflected here.
That's our third-party administrator reflected as the administrator.
Got it. And you see two headings down there's something called auditor.
Yes.
And there's a company listed there.
Deloitte and Touche.
Okay. What's an auditor?
An auditor is a third-party service that comes in and audits the fund on a yearly basis. They provide audited financials on behalf of the partnership to its underlying investors.
Mr. Kamaraju said, could we go to page 224, please? All right. So this section is titled Investment Program, right?
Yes.
And then there's something entitled Investment Objective and Strategy.
Yes.
What's this section, just generally, what's this section intended to convey?
This is describing the thesis of the fund.
Okay. So the investment strategy basically?
Yes.
All right. And the purpose here is to give a more detailed explanation to the investors and what's happening, right?
As part of the offering, yes.
Mr. Kamaraju said, could we go to page 235, please? And you see the title, Certain Risk Factors.
Yes.
What's this section intended to convey?
Outlining the risk factors of investing in the fund.
And the first risk factor, it looks like it says market and risk investment risks, right?
Yes.
Is that a particular type of risk? Let me withdraw and ask it this way, this is one bucket of risk that the PPM would convey.
Is outlining, yes.
And there are specific risks of investing in securities in East Asian countries outlined here, right? That's the second bolded.
Yes, that is in there.
Okay. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to read through the whole thing. But this is just, generally speaking, targeting risks of investing in securities in East Asia.
This is highlighting that Asia is potentially riskier than US or other developed countries.
Mr. Kamaraju said, could we show just the witness, the parties, and the court GXSM 08? Ms. Schottenheimer, do you recognize that document? Mr. Kamaraju said, sorry. Could we go back to the first page?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a supplement to the confidential offering memorandum specific to the prodigious series or Class B.
Okay. So it's fair to say this is an addendum to sort of the document we were looking at just before.
Yes.
Mr. Kamaraju said, let me get it right this time. The defense offers Government Exhibit SM-08.
Mr. Finkel said, could I ask defense counsel a question?
The court said okay.
Counsel conferred.
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, if you'll step up, please.
Continued on next page. At sidebar.
The court said, does this addendum concern the defendant's investment?
Mr. Kamaraju said, it's the same fund, Your Honor. It's just a supplement covering it. My only intention in showing it is showing that there is a supplement and it's basically the same as the one that came before it.
The court said, so what's the problem?
Mr. Finkel said, the question I asked defense counsel was, who saw it? And his answer was, I don't know. And therefore, I don't see its relevance. Because if the point of introducing this document is to show the effect on Mr. Guo or Mr. J.E., then there is no effect if it wasn't seen by anybody. He's certainly free to ask the questions they are a supplement. That's fine. But introducing a document and evidence that may or may not have been seen by the defendant has no relevant purpose.
The court said, it was made available to them, I assume, based upon her testimony, that she hands out these documents before an investor invests.
Mr. Finkel said, that may be. But I asked counsel whether anyone of relevance had seen it. He said no. That was the reason for my objection.
Mr. Kamraju said, "No, I said I don't know, because I haven't asked the witness the question. But it's just completing the record. It's a document that they make available. I'm not going to make an argument that Mr. Guo specifically saw this document. Just completing it."
The court said that's fine. The objection is overruled.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "There's not even a understood."
The court said, "Are you challenging the authenticity of?"
Mr. Finkel said, "I'm not challenging authenticity, Your Honor. I was going to add an additional argument my colleague said. And as I started speaking, I heard Your Honor rule, and so I'm not saying anything further. I apologize."
The court said, "Okay."
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, "Overruled."
Government's Exhibit SM08 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamraju said, "So could we publish this for the jury, please?"
By Mr. Kamraju.
So this document, you've testified about supplements before, right? Sorry, let me be more specific. Supplements to PPMs, correct?
I don't recall that. I mean, this document right here is a supplement to the PPM.
Okay. Fair enough. This one is a supplement to the Prodigious Fund PPM.
The PPM that you showed me earlier was for the whole Hong Kong fund.
Okay.
I mean for the whole Hong Kong. I believe what you showed me was an onshore confidential memorandum.
Okay.
What you're showing me right now is the supplement to the offshore Hayman Hong Kong memorandum.
Okay.
So this is not technically the supplement to what you...
No, I got that.
Okay.
I understand. Because Hayman has got two different ways in which you can invest, right?
There's an onshore feeder fund and an offshore feeder fund.
Got it. And they may have different requirements, right?
Different representations. If you're a tax-exempt US, or an offshore individual in the offshore fund.
Right. Because if you invest through the onshore, you have to pay US taxes.
Yeah, you receive a K1.
And that K1 goes not just to the investor, but also to the IRS, right?
I don't know.
Mr. Kamraju said, "We can take that down." So you first met Mr. J.E. in Dallas in 2018, correct?
William J.
Yes.
I met him in Dallas in October of 2018.
Okay. And you had no further communications with him until May of 2020, right?
He came through the office and met with Kyle. I was not part of the meeting. But he was reintroduced to me on his way out.
When was that?
Sometime between October 2018 and May of 2020. I can't exactly recall.
Okay. Fair enough. Was it closer to when you initially met him or closer to May 2020?
I honestly can't recall.
Okay. You weren't part of the meeting though, right?
I wasn't part of the meeting.
So you don't know what was discussed. Other than that time that he came to the office. You didn't have any other contact with him, right?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. So during that period you didn't send him any information about the Hong Kong fund, right?
Not to my recollection.
And the first time you heard that Mr. J.E. had any interest in investing was from Mr. Bass, right?
Correct.
And that was in May 2020, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Can we bring up what's in evidence as Government Exhibit HN 27, please?" All right. And you sent this email after Mr. Bass told you about his conversation with Mr. J.E., correct?
Yes.
Do you see the sent time there?
Yes.
Okay. It says it was sent at almost 1 a.m. on Saturday, right?
Yes.
Do you believe that's when it was actually sent?
It was my understanding that William was in London. So potentially it could have been 1 a.m. London time. I don't think I sent it US time 1 a.m. But potentially I work some strange hours sometimes, but I don't recall.
Well, you did testify that there was some urgency to this investment, right?
Yes, that's probably why I sent it on a Saturday.
Right. And can you explain why there was urgency?
The genesis of share Class B of the Hong Kong fund came from a reverse inquiry from an existing investor. Actually the largest investor in our flagship fund. And they wanted expedited closing of June 1st.
So fair to say that the window for the money coming in was closing pretty quickly at this point, right?
To participate in the first closing, yes. The timing had been previously set by a separate investor.
Now, Mr. Bass was pretty eager to get this investment done as well, right?
I would say that Kyle was sensitive to the timing because the current pricing in the marketplace had a good risk return to it.
The court said, "Could you explain what you mean by reverse inquiry?"
The witness said, yes. One of our current investors had asked us if they could do a capital exhaustion vehicle. So it was at a request by one of our investors to create a separate share class that was capital exhaustion or put 100% of the capital into the options-based strategy.
The court said, "Go ahead."
By Mr. Kumraju.
So there was a market reason for Mr. Bass to be eager to get this done, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then also one of the fund's large investors wanted to get this done quickly, right?
It's a separate fund, our flagship fund, but, yes, it was at their request.
Okay. And then Mr. J.E. comes along and says Soraka would like to invest $100 million, right?
I think the initial conversation was that it wasn't necessarily Soraka. But that Miles would have interest in this new structure of the Hong Kong thesis.
Okay. But the investment was really large, right?
The Soraka investment.
Yeah, the proposed investment, it was big.
$100 million investment is a large investment.
Right. Mr. Kumraju said, "Bless you."
The court said, "Thank you."
It would generate significant fees for the fund, right?
If the Hong Kong dollar had a substantial devaluation, it would create substantial fees to the firm.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Can we go to Government Exhibit HN 27, which I think is this one? Can we go to page 37, please?" All right. I think you walked through this on direct a little bit. But you see the place where it says, management fee?
Yes.
Okay. So the management fee gets paid to Hayman regardless of whether the investment thesis works out or not, right?
That is correct.
It's basically once the investment comes in, the management fee is owed, right?
Yes.
And it's the investor paying Hayman, right?
To manage the capital.
Right. And that's standard practice in the hedge fund industry, right?
Yes.
That's not unusual for Hayman or anyone else. A management fee is standard, right?
Standard hedge fund fees, yes.
And so $100 million investment at 2% would have been $2 million right up front, right?
Yes.
And then I think what you're referring to is if the bet paid off. The fund might stand to make substantially more than that, right?
Correct.
And that's the performance allocation that's referred to here, right?
Yes.
Now, at that time in 2020. I believe you testified on direct that Hayman had approximately $400 million under management, right?
Yes.
That's its AUM, right?
Correct.
And, in fact, specifically going into the closing of the prodigious fund, that April/May period. It was approximately $400 million, right?
It might have been a little less, like 300 and some.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Could we go to Government Exhibit HN 29, please?"
The court said, "Are you speaking of total assets under management?"
The witness said, across the entire firm going into 2020 it was 400. Midway through the year, like May time frame, I believe it was 300 and change.
Mr. Kamaraju said, could we go to Government Exhibit 29, please? Can we just go to first? Let's just stay here for a second.
By Mr. Kamraju.
All right. Do you see the attachments there, Miss Schottenheimer? And I'm specifically looking at the one that's the second from the last.
Form ADV.
Yeah. Do you see that one?
Yep.
Do you know what a Form ADV is?
Yes. It's a filing required by firms that are registered with the SEC as a registered investment advisor.
Mr. Kamraju said, and could we go to page 315 of this document? All right. Is this the Form ADV brochure?
Yes, as of March 30th.
So this is the last one filed before the prodigious fund, before that June 1st prodigious fund closing. Right?
I understand this to be an annual filing.
Okay. Mr. Kamraju said, can we go to page 318, please? All right. And so at the top there you see it says Item 4, Advisory Business. Can you just read the last sentence of that paragraph, please?
As of December 31st, 2019, Hayman managed approximately $432 million in assets under management on a discretionary basis on behalf of its clients.
Okay. So by the time we get to like spring of 2020, that number has gone down a little bit, right?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. So $100 million could be anywhere, could be north of 25% of the assets that the fund had under management at that time. Right?
We had a closing on June 1st of close to $40 million. But, yes. Somewhere around 20% of assets under management.
A big chunk.
A minority.
Sure. Sure. But the next biggest investor had put in, I think, $30 or $40 million, right?
Specifically to the Hong Kong fund.
Yeah.
I think it was around 50 at the time.
Okay. So this would be almost twice that investment, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that when the checks got larger, Mr. Bass's involvement got more significant?
In what regard?
Well, for example, if there were particularly high net worth individuals who were planning to invest. Mr. Bass might have more face-to-face withdrawn. Mr. Bass might have more contact with them, right?
Not necessarily.
But it happened from time to time, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
So in this case, Mr. Bass is the one who told you about Mr. J.E., correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bass had direct communications with Mr. J.E., to your knowledge, right?
That is my understanding.
And he spoke to him on the phone, right?
That was my understanding.
You didn't speak to Mr. J.E. on the phone, right?
I did not.
And there were times when Mr. J.E. may be slow to respond to some of your inquiries, right?
My specific inquiries.
Or the fund's inquiries. Well, let's say your inquiries. Let's stick to yours, your inquiries.
I specifically remember, after Mr. J.E. had requested the side letter, I had reached out to him a couple of times asking for the names of the entities that were investing so I could clear it for conflict with my third-party counsel. That is the only time that I recall Mr. J.E. me having to follow up multiple times to get a response.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But it was within a matter of days.
Okay. Did Mr. Bass also try to follow up with Mr. J.E. then?
Yes. I had enlisted Kyle, the next time you talked to William. We need these names to clear them for conflict.
Because Mr. Bass had a clearer pipeline to Mr. J.E., right?
It was just whoever talked to him first was hopefully going to collect the names so we could clear them for conflict.
Now, it was Mr. Bass who originally gave you the names of the companies that were going to invest, right?
Via text.
Right. And we looked at that text on direct, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamaraju said, can we pull up Government Exhibit HN 33? This is that text message, right?
Yes.
And you see at the top it says, because of the tight timing?
Yes.
What do you understand that to be a reference to?
At one point they were trying to invest as of June 1st. Along with the other reverse inquiry investor from our flagship fund.
And this text was sent on May 26th, right?
Ahead of the June 1st closing. At some point it became evident that they weren't going to make that cutoff. And so we set a date around their preferred timing.
Mr. Kamaraju said, okay. And can we scroll down a little bit? So then you tell Mr. Bass that you're going to send William the AML requirements, right?
Yes.
And how does he respond?
Okay. Let's fast-track everything. Thank you. Remember, he's asleep now. He won't get back, so you won't get it back until tomorrow.
What did you understand Mr. Bass to mean when he said, let's fast-track everything?
In response to me requesting the AML requirements. That we wanted to get the AML in to have that approved ahead of time, so that wouldn't slow down their ability to invest.
It's true, right, that sometimes the AML process can take some time, right?
Depending the complexity of the entity investing, yes.
Right. I think on direct you described a process of drilling down, right?
Yes.
So drilling down can be simple sometimes, right?
Can be very simple.
And sometimes can be very complicated, right?
Can be very complicated.
So what makes drilling down particularly complicated?
When an entity is owned by entities.
I'm sorry, could you explain what you mean by that?
When an entity is not owned by a person, it's owned by additional entities, separate entities. So you could have entity A that's owned by entity B, C, D. And you have to keep drilling into the different entities until you find an actual person to do AML on.
Got it. Because you need the specific person in order to run them through AML, right?
Correct. Anyone who owns more than 20% of an entity is considered a beneficial owner and needs to have an AML check.
Mr. Kamaraju said, could we go back to Government Exhibit HN 37 for a second? All right. It's not in. Take it down for the jury. I'm sorry, I thought you put it in. Can I just show it to the witness, the court? And the parties? Ms. Schottenheimer, do you recognize this document?
1 second.
Oh, yeah, please. Take your time.
Yes. I'm familiar with this email.
Okay. So it's an email chain, right?
Yes.
And it starts with emails between you and Mr. J.E., right?
Yes.
And Mr. Bass is copied on those underlying emails, right?
Yes.
And the time period of these emails is around May 29th, 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
And it concerns a side letter that Mr. J.E. was seeking, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Kamaraju said, okay. The defense would offer Government Exhibit HN 37.
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Hearsay.
The court said, step up please.
At sidebar.
The court said, so the first email from Mr. J to Ms. Schottenheimer concerns the terms they were negotiating, correct?
Mr. Kamaraju said, yeah. My only purpose in introducing the email is to show that Mr. Bass asked Ms. Schottenheimer to call him about the side letter. I'm not introducing it for the truth of any of the underlying materials. Just to say that Mr. Bass asked Ms. Schottenheimer to call. Which is basically one of the exceptions that we had talked about yesterday, I believe, an instruction or a direction.
Mr. Finkel said, he's certainly free to ask the question, did Mr. Bass contact you via phone to discuss whatever? Or in response to an inquiry from Mr. J.E.? But defense can't put in documents for declarants for Mr. Bass and Ms. Schottenheimer and Mr. J.E. We object on that basis. It's not being offered every time there's a hearsay objection, I understand. Obviously. As Mr. Ferguson mentioned yesterday, the devil is in the details on all these things. There's an explanation that it's for the state of mind or to show, in fact, that all these things. We disagree with that in this particular case. I don't object to the question. Did you speak with Mr. Bass on the phone in response to an inquiry from Mr. J.E.? That's fine. But the document is hearsay, and the government objects.
Mr. Kamraju said, on what basis is the document hearsay?
Mr. Finkel said, it's a third-party declarant who's not testifying. And it's also a statement by a co-conspirator, which they can't offer under the rules. That's the basis.
The court said, so you have William J. to Ms. Schottenheimer, then Ms. Schottenheimer to Kyle Bass. Certainly she can authenticate her email.
Mr. Kamraju said, and I'm only intending to ask her about the top email. And I think they've already introduced emails about this very topic between Ms. Schottenheimer and Mr. J.E. So we're not.
The court said, you're not seeking to introduce the first email from Mr. J.E.?
Mr. Kamraju said, I think you need that just to explain what the phone call was about. You know, I mean. I can certainly confuse the witness, offer an active version of it. And just have her not know what the substance of the phone call is. But we're not offering it for the terms that are being negotiated. I'm going to ask her that question. But all I'm really asking for is that setting up that Mr. Bass asked Ms. Schottenheimer to call him about the subject of the terms that Mr. J.E. wanted to negotiate. That's not offered for the truth, Your Honor. And until the government can articulate an actual basis, hearsay basis for it, there's no hearsay objection.
Mr. Finkel said, so there is a hearsay objection.
The court said, wait a minute. I thought it went from J.E. to Schottenheimer, Schottenheimer to Bass.
Mr. Kamraju said, so it goes J.E. to Schottenheimer, then Schottenheimer forwards the email to Bass and says J.E. wants this. And Kyle Bass responds, call me. So I'm not introducing it for the truth of what J.E. wants. I'll ask her that question, right? All I'm introducing it for is the idea that Kyle Bass says to her, she goes to Kyle Bass and says, you know. This is what he wants. And Kyle Bass says, call me and I'll explain it, which is a non-hearsay use.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, if I may, what they want this in for clearly is for what J is saying. Because otherwise the question would be very appropriately put, did you speak with Mr. Bass about what J wanted? That's if I can please finish.
Mr. Kamraju said, I haven't said anything.
Mr. Finkel said, that's an appropriate question. They are trying to introduce a document to get into the record J.E.'s statements, which the defense can't do. That is hearsay. I understand they have a view that it's not being offered for the truth. But merely saying so does not make it so. The government believes it's an authentic document. There's no dispute of authenticity. I'm not disputing authenticity. I'm disputing hearsay. On that basis, the objection, respectfully, should be sustained and we should move on and pose the question.
The court said, you're saying that it comes in as a command from Mr. Bass?
Mr. Kamraju said, I'm saying it comes in as a request from Mr. Bass to call me. It's just that simple. If Your Honor wants to put a limiting instruction with it to say they can't consider the underlying things. Whatever motivation Mr. Finkel is ascribing to, I am telling you that my only purpose. My only set of questions is to say, Mr. Bass asked you to call him when you contacted him about this, right?
Mr. Finkel said, so why not just ask that question?
Mr. Kamraju said, because I'm allowed to set it up, Ryan. I'm not limited to asking questions.
The court said, so the elimination of the J.E. to Schottenheimer email is acceptable to you?
Mr. Kamraju said, if you want. I mean. I think she needs, I think she needs the subject line because otherwise she's not going to know what the email is about. She's not going to know what the subject is. But if you want to redact, first of all, this is a government exhibit that was produced to us in this way. So we didn't, this is not a defense exhibit. But second, if that is the concern, I just want to make sure that it is recognizable for the witness so that she understands what it is. But I don't, the fact that the government is unable to articulate a reason why our hearsay objection, our hearsay argument isn't valid other than saying that's not really what they want to do. Your Honor, it's not enough that you should reject the objection.
The court said, I think we established yesterday that commands don't constitute hearsay.
Ms. Strofa said, exactly.
The court said, but the G portion of it is hearsay.
Mr. Kamraju said, sure. Which Your Honor can easily solve by just saying don't consider the bottom part of the email for the truth.
Mr. Finkel said, I think it should be redacted. They can zoom in on the portion of the email that Your Honor is going to admit. They can prepare a redacted version of the document.
Mr. Kamraju said, but why do we need to redact it?
Mr. Finkel said, because it's hearsay.
The court said, what does the subject matter say?
Mr. Kamraju said, it just says, side letter is the subject line. And then he's talking about the terms of the side letter.
The court said, okay. So if she can testify that Mr. Bass wanted her to call, I have no problem with admitting that portion of the email without the William J.E. portion.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. So how would Your Honor like me to handle it right now? Should I just focus on the top portion?
Mr. Finkel said, if I may.
The court said yes.
Mr. Finkel said, part of the reason the defense has said that they need the letter is because she doesn't know the subject matter, and she doesn't know this. Let's see what she knows. Maybe she remembers. That's number one. So if there's a failure of recollection, this can be used to refresh. That's number two. The third is based on Your Honor's ruling. They should just blow up. They certainly have the technology. If not, we can do it. The top portion of the email and introduce that piece of the exhibit, and then they'll redact the rest.
Mr. Kamraju said, I should get both pieces. I should get Ms. Schottenheimer's email to Mr. Bass.
The court said, yes, I agree.
Mr. Kamraju said, and I should get Mr. Bass's response.
The court said, that's fine. Okay, that's how we'll go forward.
Mr. Kamraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
In open court, Government's Exhibit HN 37 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamraju said, Your Honor, may I publish this portion that's on the screen?
The court said, yes, you may.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Thank you. Could we publish it for the jury, please?
By Mr. Kamraju.
Okay. Ms. Schottenheimer, do you see your email to Mr. Bass there at the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see the subject is side letter, right?
Correct.
What is that a reference to?
That's in reference to the side letter that William J.E. had requested on behalf of the entities he was directing to invest in the Hong Kong fund.
And where you refer to terms with a minimum of a $1 million investment, what does that mean?
To my recollection, there was a version of the side letter that they were requesting the terms subject to $1 million minimum investment.
So they were asking for favorable terms on the $1 million portion of the investment?
It's hard for me to perfectly recall without the draft of the side letter. But it was my understanding that they were asking for these terms in connection with $1 million investment.
Okay. And it would be unusual normally for $1 million investment to be able to get any kind of side letter, right?
Correct.
Why did you reach out to Mr. Bass about this?
He was negotiating the side letter directly with William.
And was it your view that it was pretty aggressive to ask for a side letter in connection with $1 million investment?
I think I understood that there was some sort of miscommunication. At this point, I don't know, May 29th, if it had been represented to me that there was also a $50 million investment in the mix as well. And that the wording, I think, was just improperly outlined on the initial draft of the side letter.
Okay. And then how does Mr. Bass respond?
Call me on this. I will explain.
Did you speak with Mr. Bass about it?
Yes.
And what was the outcome of that conversation?
He explained that William J. wanted to invest $1 million personally in addition to the capital that was coming from Miles Kwok's family office. But it would be a separate entity.
And so?
The resolution.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
The resolution was because they were affiliated entities. Our external counsel was comfortable drafting the side letter with a $51 million minimum. And I think, to the best of my recollection, that is what went into the final version of the side letter.
Was it 51 million or was it a 101 million that went into the side letter?
At one point I thought it was $51 million, at some point it went from 50 million from Soraka to 100. But I believe in the final side letter I thought it was 51.
Okay. Now, when we looked at the text message you mentioned starting anti-money laundering checks with Mr. J.E., right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified on direct about what anti-money laundering checks are. They are part of the KYC process, right?
Yes.
And KYC stands for Know Your Customer, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that the SEC requires you to do those kinds of checks, right?
Yes, it's all yes.
And there are other government agencies that also have checks that are part of the KYC process, right?
It's broadly, I think. Financial institutions have to engage in KYC with any of their customers.
And they have to check the entities against various U.S. government lists, for example, right?
Yes. I'm really only familiar with our process.
Okay. Well, tell me your process.
We collect the required documentation outlined on the AML grid. We use SCI as our third-party administrator. And we have outsourced the AML function to our third-party administrator. They have a team that runs AML for our funds.
Got it. And are you aware what checks they run?
Generally, they check the names and details of all of the required persons to have AML. Beneficial owners, authorized signatories, and controlling persons against a world check database that checks against OFAC, and a number of other broadly kind of terrorist list or kind of persona non grata list. And they do this at the time of investment, and on a monthly basis. And they provide a report to us saying that there's no hit. We've never had a hit. So no hits on a monthly basis for each of our funds.
And, sorry, you mentioned OFAC. What is that?
I don't know the acronym.
That's okay. Just generally.
It's a list of terrorists. Not just terrorists, but people that you cannot do business with.
And so that's, checking against the OFAC list is one of the parts of the AML, right?
That is outsourced, yes.
Thank you. Now, you testified on direct about something you called an AML grid, right?
Yes.
And part of the AML grid is a list of questions for the investor to answer, right?
It depends on a lot of the AML, is baked into the questionnaire within the subdoc. The AML grid shows a list of the documents that you need to provide and the information that you need to provide on the ultimate beneficial owner. Controlling persons, and I think that's it.
Mr. Kumraju said, just 1 second. Now. You testified on direct that there was a time when Mr. J.E. told you that money would need to come from a different entity. Right?
Yes.
And that was, from your perspective, that might have been an AML problem, right?
It was.
And Mr. J.E. ultimately resolved that problem, right?
The money came in from an account from Soraka.
Right. And so that fixed the AML concern that you had, right?
Yes.
And, sorry, I forgot to ask the question before, but just going back to the side letter quickly. It's not unusual for larger investors to get side letters, right?
Not unusual.
And the terms of those side letters and what withdrawn. What Hayman is willing to agree to in a side letter is based in part on the economics of the investment, right?
I don't understand the question. Can you please repeat it?
Sure. If an investor is asking for particular terms, right?
Millimeter.
One of the factors that would go into Hayman's decision as to whether to accept those terms is the size of the investment. Right?
Yes.
Now, in the subscription packet, right, one of the questions is source of wealth, right?
Yes.
Now, the subscription packet did not always have a source of wealth question in it, right?
That's correct.
That was added over the last few years, right?
Few years from 2020, yes.
I'm sorry, you said yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that at first, the Soraka form was missing the source of wealth information. Right?
Yes.
That's also not unusual, right?
It is typical for there to be corrections in a subdoc. For that question to be skipped. It's been skipped before, but I don't think it's a regular occurrence.
Right. You had other investors who have failed to fill that in, right?
Yes.
And you've had investors who were confused about what that question was seeking, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Calls for speculation.
The court said, sustained.
Well, you personally have dealt with investors who have been confused about that, right?
Mr. Finkel said, same objection.
The court said, sustained. Can't speak to what other people are thinking.
You personally have had other investors express confusion to you about that question.
Mr. Finkel said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Can we go to Government Exhibit HN 51?
Counsel conferred.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. The defense offers Government Exhibit HN 51.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit HN 51 received in evidence.
Mr. Kumraju said, can we publish that, please? All right. So this is you see where it says, briefly identify subscribers, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the specific source of wealth question for the Soraka subscription package, correct?
Yes.
And what's listed there is selling shares of subsidiary, right?
Yes.
Now, nothing in that description raised a red flag for you, right?
Correct. It looks like a liquidation event to me.
And you didn't ask for any additional information about it at the time, right?
Nor did SCI.
Well, that was going to be my next question. You passed it along to SCI for them to review it, right?
I did.
They didn't come back with any follow-up questions about it, right?
Correct.
And they are the AML experts, right?
We rely on their expertise.
That's what you pay them for, right?
Correct.
Mr. Kumraju said, now, can we pull up Government Exhibit HN 57, please? And we can publish this to jury. All right. Now, this is an email from Mr. J.E. to you, right?
At the top.
Yeah, at the top.
Yes.
Okay. And it's CCNG Mr. Base, right?
Yes.
And there are a number of attachments to it, right?
Yes.
And these are documents that you required or Hayman required for the Soraka investment to go through. Right?
Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, so can we go to page 7? Maybe let's go to the page before that. Thank you. So you testified on direct about this, right?
Yes.
And you see the primary contact there?
Yes.
What's the email address listed for the primary contact?
ivetu@gtv.org.
Now, while this subscription agreement documentation was being collected, Kyle Bass was discussing being a director of GTV, correct?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Were you aware that during this period when the subscription documentation was being collected, Kyle Bass was having discussions about being a director at GTV?
No.
GTV is a subsidiary of Soraka, right?
I don't know.
Mr. Kamraju said, pull that down for a second. And can we go to page 39? Do you see an email address listed there, right?
Yes.
Same email address, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, may I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Counsel conferred.
Did you ever become aware that Mr. Bass was trying to become a GTV director?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Kamraju said, could we pull up Government Exhibit HN 168? 168, not in. Okay. Can we go to the attachment, please? Now, you remember you testified about this on direct, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a list of questions that you testified to, right, in this letter?
The bullets, yes.
Now, Hayman never asked any of these questions prior to accepting the Soraka investment, correct?
Correct.
This only was prompted by the SEC's inquiry, right?
Yes.
And Hayman at the time relied on the SEC's approval to do business, right?
In what context?
Well, you testified that they are a registered investment advisor, right?
Hayman at the time was a registered investment advisor with the SEC. So they are our governing body.
Right. So they could, I don't know if it's the right term, but they could deregister you, right?
Yes, potentially. I'm not really clear on that, but yeah.
But you didn't think there was anything wrong with Soraka's original response, correct?
Mr. Finkel said, objection to the form. Vague.
The court said, overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. Mr. Kamraju said, can we read it back, please?
Record read.
Soraka's response in the subscription document regarding the source of wealth was sufficient for the AML requirement to subscribe to the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund.
Okay. And you testified on direct that you had discussions with Mr. Bass about the SEC's inquiry, right?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Bass ever criticizing the SEC's inquiry?
I can't recall any comments at this time.
Was he happy about the SEC's inquiry?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said you may answer.
He was not happy.
He was upset about it, right?
About the inquiry.
Yeah.
I think he was upset about being lied to by where the funds were coming from.
Sure. And he wouldn't be happy about the SEC investigating either, right?
Correct.
And did you hear him express his unhappiness about it?
I just can't recall a specific conversation about it.
Now, on direct, Mr. Finkel asked you whether HHKOF involved. His phrase was a bet against the Hong Kong dollar, right?
Yes.
Hayman isn't a casino, right?
No.
Not a sports book, right?
Correct.
Hayman doesn't make bets, it makes investments, right?
Correct.
And he asked you about Mr. Kwok making an investment in Hayman, right?
Yes.
He asked you about Mr. Kwok sending $100 million to Hayman, right?
I can't recall if it was Mr. Kwok specifically or Mr. Kwok's family office but yes. Generally, Mr. Kwok.
Okay. And today he asked you questions about the Soraka/Kwok investment, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Mr. Kwok never made an investment in Hayman, right?
Personally, no.
His name doesn't show up in a single investment at Hayman, right?
Correct.
Not as Ho-Won Kwok, right?
What are you asking? I apologize.
I'm saying there's no Hayman investment in the name of Ho-Won Kwok, right?
Sorry. Can you spell it?
Sure. H-O, space, W-A-N, space K-W-O-K.
Correct.
There's no investment in the names of Miles Kwok, right?
Correct.
There's no investment in the name of Miles Guo, right?
Yes.
And you know that because if there was an investment in Mr. Guo's name, you'd have done an AML on him. Right?
Yes.
And that's true if the investment was in his own name, right?
Yes.
And that's true if he even owned just 20% of the company that made the investment, right?
Yes.
But based on the documentation, you did not think it was necessary to do any AML on Mr. Guo, right?
Correct.
And in either circumstance, you would have to do the drill-down process that you were talking about. Right?
If he'd invested in an entity that he owned or invested in his name.
Yes.
Would there have been AML checks either way?
Now, the investment was in the name of a company owned by Mr. Guo's son, right?
Yes.
And you did I think you testified on direct you did a thorough review of that file, right?
Of the subscription agreement.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you thought that this investment was coming in through Mr. Kwok's family office, right?
Yes.
It's not unusual for a family office to involve multiple members of the family, right?
Not unusual.
Right? The investments can be on behalf of different family members, right?
Yes.
Doesn't always have to be the father, right?
Correct.
And it's not unusual for people to involve their children in their family office, right?
Very common.
But the fact that an investment is made by one of Mr. Guo's relatives does not make it Mr. Guo's investment. Right?
It was my understanding that the wealth amassed was, in fact, Mr. Miles Kwok's.
Continued on next page. By Mr. Kumraju.
But you didn't do any AML check on him, right?
We weren't required to.
You didn't do any due diligence on him, right?
Meaning?
Well, you testified on direct about the phrase, due diligence, so whatever meaning you gave it. Same one.
There was no formal AML done on Mr. Kwok, Mr. Miles Kwok.
Which you would have had to do if you thought that this investment was his, right?
If he was listed as a beneficial owner, an authorized signatory, or controlling persons. But given the representatives provided by Soraka Media, that was not the case.
I'm sorry. Your testimony is that you thought that the money was his but you didn't need to figure out whether the entities were. Is that right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Now Soraka came through the onshore fund, right?
Yes.
Which means that they would get a K-1, right?
They had a tax ID with the United States, and they would get a K-1.
Now you testified that you only met Mr. Guo once, right?
Correct.
And in this courtroom is the first time you've seen him since 2018, right?
Yes.
But you met with the prosecutors several times, right?
Yes.
More than 5 times.
Yes.
In fact, you met with them just a couple hours before your testimony started yesterday, right?
Briefly.
Over the lunch break?
Yes.
Just downstairs in this building, right?
Yes.
And at all of those meetings, you discussed your testimony with them, right?
In meetings, I answered questions truthfully.
Right. They asked you questions, you gave them answers, right?
Yes.
And in anticipation of your testimony. They told you what questions they anticipated asking you here today, right?
Not necessarily.
They showed you the documents that they were going to show you, right?
They showed me documents, yes.
They asked you questions about those documents, right?
They asked questions.
They showed you those emails that we looked at, right?
Yes.
Now in none of those emails do you refer to it as the Kwok investment, right?
I don't believe so.
Right. That was Mr. Finkel's choice of words, right?
Yes.
That's his description, not yours, right?
I've described the investment and spoke to the investment, however, whatever word choice I've used. Miles' family office primarily called it Soraka, by the actual name of the entity that invested.
So you don't recall him asking you questions about the Kwok investment and you describing it that way?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schottenheimer, you would agree with me, right? It's not accurate to call it the Kwok investment. Right?
At the time of May of 2020 and June of 2020. I thought of it as Miles Kwok's investment from his family office.
So you just didn't follow the procedures that you would need to if you did that, right?
Not correct.
Mr. Kumraju said, no further questions, Your Honor.
The court said, redirect?
Redirect examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Schottenheimer. Did you follow the procedures that you're required to follow when conducting the facilitation of the Soraka $100 million investment?
Yes.
Ms. Schottenheimer, during the meetings you had with the government. What did the government tell you to do when you testified?
Tell the truth.
Is the prodigious series offered to the general public?
No.
Is it offered to qualified purchasers?
Select qualified purchasers.
And why is the prodigious series only offered to qualified purchasers? Select qualified purchasers.
Because we rely on a 3(c)(7) exemption, and in order to maintain that exemption, we have to make sure that we are only marketing to sophisticated investors with a net worth of, or investable assets of $5 million or more.
And why is the prodigious series only marketed to sophisticated investors?
Because of how we have the fund structured, it's a 3(c)(7) fund.
You mentioned something on cross-examination about multiple closing dates. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
So for the share Class B or prodigious series, that the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund. Because it is 100% options-based and a capital exhaustion strategy, there's no money in or no money out. Once we have a closing, we have to have a series of closings in order to take in new capital. So to date we've closed B1 through B12.
So the Soraka investment, the $100 million investment, what was the closing date of that?
June 8th.
And was there a June 1st closing?
There was.
And so why was there a second closing on June 8th?
It's my understanding that that timing was too tight for them.
Too tight for whom?
Too tight for Soraka to participate.
Mr. Finkel said, would you bring up what's in evidence as HN 57 at page 7, I believe? Ms. Schottenheimer, do you recall this document?
Yes.
It says, total number of equity/capital/ or beneficial owners of the investor.
Yes.
Why does Hayman request that information?
So we can understand how many beneficial owners are and who we need to collect AML on.
And so if this number was 2, how would that impact, if at all, the way you perform diligence on this particular investment?
Well, it would be dependent on what was provided to us. If each beneficial owner owned 50%, then we would do AML checks on both. But if one owned 90% and the other owned 10%, we'd only be required to do AML checks on the individual that owned the 90%, or more than 20%.
But this question isn't a question about who owns 20% or more. Or is it a question about total number of beneficial owners?
This is about total number.
Mr. Kamaraju said, I object to the form.
The court said, overruled.
So this representation is that there's just one investor for the Soraka investment, correct?
Who owns 100% of Soraka, correct?
And that's who, based on the documents?
Miles Kwok's son.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can bring up, please, HN51. And if we can zoom in at the top. You were asked some questions about this document on cross. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so it says on there, briefly identify the subscriber's primary source of wealth. It says, selling shares a subsidiary, correct?
Yes.
If Hayman had known that Soraka's source of wealth were GTV investors, who were not told that they were investing in the HHKOF, would you have accepted Soraka's investment?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection to form, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schottenheimer, if you had known in early June of 2020 that this statement, selling shares a subsidiary, was a lie, would you have accepted Soraka's investment?
Mr. Kamaraju said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
If you had known that this statement, selling shares a subsidiary, was untrue, would you have accepted Soraka's investment?
Mr. Kamaraju said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, I thought this was consistent with, could we approach?
The court said yes.
At the sidebar,
The court said, so my recollection is that I permitted hypotheticals to the victim, not to a company like this.
Mr. Kamaraju said, that's right, Your Honor, because it goes to materiality.
Mr. Finkel said, so, Your Honor. The Second Circuit has now adopted what I think is commonly referred to as the conversions theory. What that means is that, in a wire fraud context, the crime can be completed based on any action in furtherance of the scheme that is a misrepresentation. Therefore, the government would argue, in part, that part of the scheme was maintained by this lie. In addition, Your Honor, government also charged the last count of the indictment, which statute is escaping me right now, the 1957 charge, which is the illegal use of funds, which is use of funds derived from a crime. The fact that they're lying to Hayman about where the funds came from is evidence of relevance to that particular charge in and of itself. So my understanding, Your Honor, forgive me if I misinterpreted the court's prior ruling. That's why I asked the question, because I thought it was consistent. I think it is relevant because it shows that had they told the truth, the entire way the scheme would have unfolded differently. It would have failed.
The court said, so my recollection is that you were speaking about the individual victim investors in your motion. That's my recollection. Am I wrong about that?
Mr. Finkel said, I think you're right. But separate and apart from that, I still think this is a permissible hypothetical question for the reasons I just identified.
Mr. Kamaraju said, there is no authority to asking a hypothetical question to a non-victim.
The court said, I'm sustaining the objection.
Mr. Ferguson said, just a final point on the conversion theory point, Your Honor. Materiality is an element if that material misrep was made to a victim or to someone else. And that's Second Circuit law. You don't have to make the material misrep to a victim.
The court said, why didn't you bring it up in your papers then?
Ms. Strofa said, exactly.
Mr. Ferguson said, we thought.
Mr. Kamaraju said, seems like that's the answer to me.
Ms. Strofa said, that answers the question right there.
The court said, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Kamaraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, sustained.
By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Schottenheimer, you were asked some questions on cross-examination.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Mr. Kamaraju said, my apologies, Your Honor.
The court said, "Go ahead."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Your Honor." Ms. Schottenheimer, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about at the time that Hayman received this representation. Whether you asked any additional questions about selling shares of subsidiaries. Is that correct?
No further questions were asked at the time of processing the subdoc.
But after the subdoc was processed, did Hayman and its lawyers ask questions about the source of wealth?
About the source of wealth and the source of funds.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please pull up what's in evidence as HN 168 and go to the second page. And this document, these were some of the questions that were asked to Soraka about the source of wealth. Correct?
Source of wealth and source of funds.
What's the difference between the two?
Source of wealth is how you created your money to be a qualified purchaser. The source of funds is what funded your investment into the vehicle.
And the third bullet, it says, if the proceeds were derived from a securities offering. Did the offering documents disclose the use of funds to include an investment in the fund, meaning Hayman, or in any similar private fund vehicle? If yes, please provide a copy of the disclosure statement. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Did Soraka ever provide offering documents in response to this question?
No, they did not.
Did Soraka provide any additional information to suggest that they disclosed that the use of proceeds from a securities offering would be used in Hayman?
No, they did not.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can pull up HN 208. This exhibit is another example of Hayman seeking additional information about the investment?
Yes.
And did Soraka ever respond to this?
They did not.
And so in the second paragraph, the underlying text says, in order to allow Soraka to remain invested in the fund, Hayman needs to receive a representation from you and Soraka's lawyers regarding the specific source of this money, beyond what was initially provided stated in the subscription documents, and that this money is not tainted in any way, including that it does not represent assets from the GTD offering, but that it is a bona fide investment made by Soraka and Miles. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Did Hayman ever receive a response to this?
We did not.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further.
The court said, recross?
Mr. Kumraju said, just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Kumraju said, could I have 168, please? Recross-examination.
By Mr. Kumraju.
So Ms. Schottenheimer, the date of this email is July 15, 2020, right?
Yes.
And the SEC had already contacted Hayman by this point, right?
The 13th of July.
Right. Right. And Mr. Finkel just asked you a number of questions about whether you ever received a response. Whether Hayman received a response, right?
A formal response.
Right. Now sitting here today, you don't know what Mr. J.E. and Soraka were doing during this period. Right?
Correct.
You don't know if they were consulting with lawyers, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. The court ruled on that.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. You testified during direct that Soraka had lawyers, right?
Yes.
You don't know if they were discussing the matter with the SEC directly, right?
I would not have been privy to those conversations, so I don't know.
Right. But you testified on direct that at some point you wired the money back, right? Some portion of it?
We wired money to an escrow account.
Okay. An escrow account that was held by who?
It's my understanding they were Soraka's lawyers.
Okay. And you did that with the blessing of the SEC, right?
With no objections from the SEC or the DOJ.
Or Soraka, for that matter, right?
Correct.
And then you also testified that you liquidated the $30 million position at some point, right?
Yes.
And that was 15 months later, right?
Would have been maybe late September, early October of 2021, 15 months, yep.
And the SEC knew that that $30 million was there, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, she cannot testify as to what the SEC knew.
The SEC had asked Hayman about that $30 million before, right?
I was not a part of any of the direct conversations with the SEC.
But on direct you testified that when that $30 million was ultimately liquidated, it was done with the consent of the SEC, right?
It was my understanding at the time that there was no objection from any of the parties. From the SEC.
Okay. And on direct you said, I don't remember the exact term, but any of the interested parties, right?
Regarding the 70 million, or the 30 million.
30 million.
I don't recall saying that about the 30 million.
Okay. Anyone object to you liquidating the $30 million position?
Not to my knowledge.
You never heard Soraka object to it?
At the time.
At the time it was liquidated.
I don't know.
Mr. Kumraju said, no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, one question, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. Redirect examination.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Months later, when the SEC became involved, as you were just asked about. At that time, did anyone from Soraka respond to the questions that Kit Adelman had asked and provide documentation about the source of funds and source of wealth?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection to form.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
There were no responses that I'm aware of.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further. Thank you.
The court said, any reary cross?
Mr. Kumraju said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, you may step out.
Witness excused.
The court said, and the government may call its next witness.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government calls Kimberly Espinoza.
The law clerk said, please raise your right hand.
Witness sworn.
The law clerk said, please speak directly into the microphone and hold it close to you, and you may be seated.
The court said, state your name and spell it.
The witness said, I'm sorry, name and what?
The court said, state your name and spell it.
The witness said, Kimberly Espinoza. Kimberly Espinoza.
The court said, you may inquire.
Mr. Ferguson said, I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I just have one moment to talk with defense counsel?
The court said yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, with apologies, may we have a very brief sidebar?
The court said yes.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor. We just noticed a few minutes before Mr. Ferguson stood up to speak that the stipulation that covers the bank records that this witness is going to put in there was a Scrivener's error and we're short one document. So we just wanted to put on the record the defense will just stip to the coming in on the record even though it's not in the stip. We just wanted to do that before he started.
The court said that's fine.
Mr. Skirek said, so the defense stips to GXJPM 121.
Mr. Ferguson said, great. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
The court said okay.
Continued on next page. In open court. Kimberly Espinoza, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Espinoza.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
At the FBI.
What's your position at the FBI?
I'm a forensic accountant.
And what are some of your duties or responsibilities as a forensic accountant at the FBI?
I review and analyze financial information, mostly bank records.
And how long have you been doing that work?
For 16 years.
Now, Ms. Espinoza, besides your testimony today and your preparation for that testimony, Did you have any involvement in this case?
I did not.
In advance of your testimony, were you asked to review certain government exhibits and summarize the information in them?
Yes, I was.
Did you prepare or help prepare and review for accuracy some summary charts?
Yes, I did.
Are those charts based on voluminous records?
Yes, they are.
What type or types of exhibits are the charts based on?
Bank records.
Now, who decided which exhibits you reviewed and what information to include on the charts?
The prosecutors did.
Am I one of those prosecutors?
Yes.
Were you provided the opportunity to make revisions to the charts to make sure they were accurate?
Yes.
Did you make revisions to the charts?
I did.
And after you revised the charts, are they now all accurate?
Yes, they are.
And Ms. Espinoza, just to be clear, did you review all the evidence gathered in this case or just the charts and the exhibits those charts are based on?
Just the charts and exhibits that it's based on.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor. At this time, the government offers a stipulation agreed to between the parties that's marked as Government Exhibit Stip. STIP 14.
The court said, "It is admitted."
Government's Exhibit Stip 14 received in evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, and I'll just read the stipulation, at least part of it. It is hereby agreed between the parties that the below-listed exhibits were lawfully obtained by the government and are authentic records of the entity listed in column A that were made at or near the time by, or from information transmitted by, a person with knowledge of the matters set forth in the records. Such records were kept in the course of a regularly conducted activity, and it was the regular practice of that entity to make the records. And the government will offer actually, Ms. Loftus. If you want to scroll to page 5.
By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Espinoza, do you see under column A, there's an entry towards the middle? It says J.P. Morgan Chase Bank?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, and Ms. Loftus, if you want to scroll up to page 3. And at the top, in column A, Ms. Espinoza, do you see there's an entity named Citibank, in A?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. So the government will now offer government exhibits CIT 14 and CIT 47. The government also offers government exhibits JPM 118 through 121.
Mr. Skirek said, no objection.
The court said, "They are admitted."
Government's Exhibits CIT 14, CIT 47, JPM 118, JPM 121 received in evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, now, Ms. Loftus, if we could show just the witness now what's marked as Government Exhibit Z1.
By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Espinoza, what is this?
These are the exhibits that I reviewed and maintained.
These are the charts you helped review?
Yes.
Did you review all the exhibits that this chart is based on?
Yes.
And are these charts accurate?
Yes. Z1.
Mr. Ferguson said, government offers government exhibit.
Mr. Skirek said, no objection.
The court said, "It is admitted."
Government's Exhibit Z1 received in evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, could we please publish, Ms. Loftus?
By Mr. Ferguson.
Now, Ms. Espinoza, generally speaking, what do these charts show?
These charts show an analysis of mainly 2 bank accounts for Soraka Media Group. So it's going to show all the incoming money and all the outgoing money from those 2 accounts.
Now looking just at this first chart here, please explain what we're looking at on this slide.
This is one of the bank accounts that I reviewed. The account title is Soraka Media Group Incorporated D/B/A Himalaya dollar. It's a Chase account ending in 5601. And as of April 1, 2020, the beginning balance in the account was $206,133.
Now Soraka Media Group Incorporated, do you know what that is?
I do not.
It also has a name D/B/A Himalaya dollar. What's D/B/A?
Doing business as.
Do you know what Himalaya dollar is?
I do not.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Now let's go to the next page, Ms. Loftus, please. Ms. Espinoza, could you read the title of this slide, please?
Chase 5601, Signature Cards. And they're dated July 24, 2018, and May 21, 2020.
Chase 5601, is that the same account on the first slide we looked at?
Yes, it is.
What's a signature card?
Signature card is a document provided by the bank. It gives all the account information. Like the account title, the number, when the account was opened, and then also the signer on the account.
What's an account signer?
It's the person who's authorized to use the bank account.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom in on the left signature card first. All right. Now, Ms. Espinoza. Just focusing you first on the top left here, what's the account title?
Siraka Media Group Inc.
And beneath that, there's a business address, right?
Yes.
Now focusing you on the top right, it lists an account number. What are the last four listed there?
5601.
And beneath that, a couple lines, it says date opened. What was the date this account was opened?
July 24, 2018.
And focusing you towards the bottom of what's blown up here, who is the signatory on this account?
Yanping Wang.
Do you know who that is?
I do not.
What was her title?
Acting Secretary.
And what's the date she signed this?
July 24, 2018.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom in on the right signature page. The one on the left was 2018, right? What's the date of the one on the right?
May 21, 2020.
Okay. Now focusing you again on the top left, what's the account title?
Siraka Media Group Incorporated D/B/A Himalaya dollar.
And focusing you on the right, what are the last four?
5601.
So same account, there's now a D/B/O on the account title?
Yes.
All right. And again, on the signature page, who's the signatory on this account?
Yanping Wang.
What's her title?
President.
And what was the date she signed this?
May 21, 2020.
So Ms. Espinoza, throughout this account for the exhibits you looked at, the authorized person was Yanping Wang.
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Let's go to the third page, Ms. Loftus. All right. Now are we just back at the first page that we had looked at originally?
Yes.
And on April 1, 2020, what's the beginning balance in the Siraka 5601 account?
$206,133.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Let's go to the next slide, Ms. Loftus, please. Okay. Now Ms. Espinoza, please explain what we're looking at on this slide.
This is showing, for the same Siraka account, 5601, from April 1, 2020, through April 30, 2020, there are deposits totaling $32,543,535. And it consists of 291 deposit transactions. And they have references such as GTV, stock, investment, and capital.
There's some bracketed text at the bottom that says, including misspellings and similar text. What does that mean?
Some of the references or the memos had some misspellings. And then additional words added to the front or the back.
And I should have asked, when it says with references to, what do you mean by reference?
A lot of the transactions were wire transfers. And so a reference is similar to like a memo on a check, where the sender could put a reason for why they are sending the money.
Mr. Ferguson said, let's go to the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Espinoza, please explain what we're looking at on this slide.
These are 4 examples of those wire transfer deposits that I was just speaking about. So there's two of them that are occurring on April 24th, one on May 1st, and one on May 12th. And the amounts are to the right, 300,000, 200,000, etc. And then highlighted is the memos or references that I was just referring to. So the top one says GTV investment. The next one says investment share capital. The next one says attention to Mr. Miles Guo. And the last one says for GTV stock.
And are these all the reference lines or just some examples?
Just some examples.
Do you know what GTV is?
I do not.
Mr. Ferguson said, let's go to the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus. Okay. Now what's shown on this slide now, Ms. Espinoza?
So this is the same Soraka account ending in 5601, so after those deposits, for that 1 month. On April 30th, the ending balance in the account is $32,474,168.
Mr. Ferguson said, and let's go to the next slide, Ms. Loftus. All right. Now what's shown here, Ms. Espinoza?
This is showing, for the same account, the Chase 5601, from May 1st, 2020, through May 29th, 2020, there were deposits totaling $291,554,689. It consisted of 2,446 deposit transactions, and again, there were references to GTV, stock, investment, private placement, capital.
Mr. Ferguson said, let's go to the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus. All right. So Ms. Espinoza, after those additional incoming deposits referencing things like stock or private placement, how much money is in the 5601 account now?
As of May 29, 2020, the ending balance is $313,213,772.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, please go to the next slide. How much money was in this account as of June 3, 2020?
$928,401.
And actually, I should ask, what was the balance on the account the day before that?
$324,778,316.
So approximately how much money left this account on June 3rd?
About $323 to $324 million.
Okay. Let's look at those transactions. Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, if we could go to the next slide, please. You could scroll up. Thank you. All right. Ms. Espinoza, what's shown on this slide?
So this is that account, the Soraka Chase 5601 account. On the top left, it's showing the same ending balance of $324 million, approximately, on June 2nd. And then this is showing the outgoing transactions on June 3rd. So the three red highlights are transfers to a checking account ending in 2038. So there's one transaction for $100 million, another for $20 million, and another for $5 million.
Mr. Ferguson said, and thank you, Ms. Loftus. So Ms. Espinoza, focusing you on the 2038 there, what does the 2038 mean?
Those are the last 4 digits of a bank account.
And are you able to tell whether that bank account was also at Chase or at another bank?
It's at Chase.
And approximately how much in total was transferred to that account on June 3rd?
$125 million.
Okay. I want to focus on those transactions. Mr. Ferguson said, and Ms. Loftus, if we could go to the next slide, please. All right. So what new information is on this slide, Ms. Espinoza?
So this is adding that 2038 Chase bank account. Looking at the bank records for that account. The account title is Soraka Media Group Incorporated D/B/A Himalaya dollar, and the account was opened on June 3, 2020. Which is the date of the transfers. So as of that date, the beginning balance was $0.
So both of these accounts are in the name of Soraka Media Group D/B/A Himalaya dollar, right?
Yes, they are.
All right. And they're both at the same bank, correct?
Yes. Please.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, go to the next page. All right. Now what's shown on this page, Ms. Espinoza?
This is the Chase Soroka account ending in 2038. This is the signature card for that account.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, if we could just blow up the, top 2/3, make it a little easier to read. Now what was the date of the $125 million in transfers to this account that we were looking at?
June 3, 2020.
And what date was this account opened?
June 3, 2020.
And who is the signatory on this account?
Yanping Wang.
And what was her title?
President.
What date did she sign this?
June 3, 2020.
All the same date.
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay. Now, Ms. Espinoza, you testified there were 3 transfers on this date, correct?
Yes.
What's shown on this slide?
This is the first transfer, so it was 100 million, 20 million, and 5 million. So this is the first transfer of $100 million, which occurred at 3:17 p.m. on June 3, 2020.
And this is the first transfer.
I'm sorry?
Chronologically, is this the first transfer?
Yes. Please.
Mr. Ferguson said, okay. Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at here, Ms. Espinoza?
These are the account details provided by the bank for that $100 million transaction on June 3, 2020.
And let me focus you first on the top left, so the bold text. What's the date and time listed there?
June 3, 2020, 3:17 p.m.
And to the right of, that, it says, Transferptad. What does it say to the right of that?
Yvette Wong 2018.
Now there's text highlighted in red, correct?
Yes.
And what is that text?
That is a memo, similar to a reference, and it states GTV Private Placement Fund.
Do you know what the GTV private placement is, Ms. Espinoza?
I do not.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Let's go to the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus. Okay. Now what's shown on this slide, Ms. Espinoza?
So this is what was shown previously. The 100 towards the top. Soroka transfer of $100 million to another Soroka account on June 3, 2020, and then there's $100 million transfer 2 days later, on June 5, 2020. To Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities at Citibank.
And what are the last 4 digits of that Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities bank account?
9,681.
And Ms. Espinoza, I should ask, in the bottom center here. There's a yellow box that lists things like GXJPM 119. What does that show?
Those are the government exhibits that I looked at in order to obtain the information on the chart.
All right. Now I should also ask, do you know what Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund is?
I do not.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Let's go the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus. Okay. What's the new information in this slide, Ms. Espinoza?
It's showing the 3 transfers between Soroka. So there was one for $100 million at 3:17 p.m., another for $20 million at 3:18 p.m., and then another for $5 million at 4:06 p.m., all on June 3, 2020.
Mr. Ferguson said, and Ms. Loftus, if we could, maybe we can blow up the top right box. Okay. So $125 million goes to this account on June 3 from the box on the left, right?
Right. Correct.
Why is the balance $138,200,000?
There is an additional amount that came from another account.
And there's an asterisk here, right?
Yes, and there's?
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, if we zoom out. And maybe we can blow up the yellow box down there. And could you please read the asterisk?
On June 3, 2020. Soraka Media Group JPMC account ending in 8656 transferred $13.2 million to Soraka Media Group JPMC account ending in 2038.
So another Soraka account transferred money to the 2038 account?
Yes.
And it was about $13 million?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, let's go to the next slide, please. All right. Now what's new on this slide?
This slide just totals those 3 transactions. So it shows $125 million at the top between the 2 Soraka accounts.
Mr. Ferguson said, and Ms. Loftus, let's go to the next page, please. And what's new here, Ms. Espinoza?
So on June 3, 2020, there's also a $200 million transfer between Soraka Media Group, the Chase account ending in 5601. $200 million that's transferred at 6:12 p.m. on June 3, 2020 to GTV Media Group Incorporated D/B/A7 coin at Citibank.
Now this D/B/A7 coin, do you know what 7 coin is?
I do not.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. So could we please go to the next slide, Ms. Loftus? What's new here, Ms. Espinoza?
There's an additional transfer from the Soraka Media Group Chase account ending in 2038 for $38 million on June 9, 2020. To GTV Media Group Incorporated D/B/A7 coin.
All right. So of the money that went into these 2 Soraka accounts, approximately how much went to GTV Media Group Incorporated?
$238 million.
Where did the remaining $100 million go?
Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities.
Mr. Ferguson said, may I have a moment, Your Honor?
The court said yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, no further questions. Thank you.
The court said, cross-examination?
Mr. Skirek said, thanks, Your Honor. Cross-examination.
By Mr. Skirek.
Good afternoon, Ms. Espinoza.
Good afternoon.
When did the government lawyers first ask you to testify in this case?
About 2 to 3 weeks ago.
You didn't know anything about the case before the prosecutors reached out to you.
I heard of the name GTV Media, but I don't know any further information other than that.
Okay. But you didn't have any substantive information, you just heard it from somewhere.
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever heard of the name Miles Guo before the government reached out to you?
I heard of that name as well.
But again, just because you had heard it from office talk, right, you didn't know anything about him.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him.
You weren't part of the FBI's investigative team in this matter.
Just for the testimony I gave today.
But the investigative team.
No, I'm not.
And you weren't part of the prosecution team.
No.
And you didn't investigate any of the money transfers that you just testified to a moment ago. Putting the emphasis on investigation. Did you investigate any of those transfers that you testified to?
No, I didn't investigate.
In fact, you haven't really had any involvement in this case, I believe, as you testified to on direct. Apart from prepping for your testimony here today and then giving testimony, is that right?
That's correct.
So really the only thing that you know about this case is what the government has told you, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
It's not what was told to me. I actually reviewed a lot of bank records in order to perform the analysis.
Fair enough. So the only thing that you know about this case is what the government has told you or told you to read. Is that correct?
Well, what the government has provided to me, but yes.
Fair enough. So the only things that you know are what the government has told you or provided to you.
Yes.
Have you met with the prosecutors before today?
I have.
How many times?
It was 2 phone calls and 1 in-person meeting.
Okay. And do you remember when the first time was?
Approximately 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you've been involved in this case for no more than 2 to 3 weeks.
Correct.
And you're trained as a forensic accountant, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And where did you go to school?
Queens College.
And then did you work somewhere before you joined the FBI?
I did.
And where was that?
I worked at the New York State Attorney General's office, and I worked for a company called RGL Forensics.
Mr. Skirrick said, okay. All right. If we could please pull up Government Exhibit C1. And you just testified to this chart a moment ago when you were talking to Mr. Ferguson, right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me who created the first draft of this chart?
So there were various versions of the exhibits. I was given version 5. I know the FBI agents and other forensic accountant. The prosecutors worked together in putting some of these together.
Okay. So the first version of this document was put together by someone other than you. Correct?
Correct.
And it sounds like perhaps the first 5 versions of this document were put together by someone other than you. Correct?
Correct.
And it sounds like there were multiple members of the government team, including lawyers, who helped put it together before you reviewed this document. Is that correct, to your understanding?
Before I reviewed it, yes.
And perhaps multiple other agents who contributed to the first 5 drafts of this before you saw it. To your understanding?
Before I saw the original, I just want to make that clear, and not the final version, yes.
Understood. Before you saw any draft of this document, multiple other people had input to it before it was presented to you, correct?
Correct.
And after you were presented with the first draft, you and the government lawyers talked about this exhibit, right?
I'm sorry. Me and who?
The folks sitting here at counsel's table for the government.
No. Actually, I spoke with the agents and another forensic accountant about it.
Okay. So you spoke to other agents and another forensic accountant for the FBI before you spoke to government lawyers?
Correct.
Okay. Did a time come when you spoke to the government lawyers about this chart?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
Last Saturday.
Okay. And did they make suggested revisions to the chart when you spoke to them?
No, I actually made suggested revisions to the charts.
Okay. So, understood. Is it fair to say that the chart was created and mostly completed before you had an opportunity to comment to it?
It was mostly completed, and then I made edits to it.
Right. But your edits were relatively small in relation to the work that had been done before it was presented to you, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
I don't know. I feel like it's relative. They were important to me, the changes that I made. I changed an account number, changed some amounts, so.
Understood. You didn't go into PowerPoint and create this document, though, right?
I went into PowerPoint and edited the document.
And edited it, right?
Correct.
It was presented to you as mostly complete, as you said before, by the time you got to it.
Yes, a different version.
Fair enough. I'd like to just talk briefly about the chart and some of the information underlying the chart. Is it fair to say that the chart focuses on a period of time April through June of 2020?
April through June 3rd, well, June 9th, 2020.
Fair enough. I was going to just use the months for ease. So April to June 2020.
Sure.
Roughly. Okay. And you testified that you reviewed the underlying bank records for your testimony here today.
Yes.
And you reviewed the underlying bank records that are cited, as Mr. Ferguson pointed out, in the summary chart.
Yes.
Okay. And did you review any Soraka Bank records from J.P. Morgan that predated April 2020?
No.
And did you review any J.P. Morgan Bank records for Soraka that postdated June 2020?
I don't believe so. I think it ended at June.
Okay. So you have no idea, right? Whether the bank account at JP Morgan held by Soraka held substantial funds either before or after the time period that you focused on. Right.
Yeah, I just knew the beginning balance as of April.
Okay. Apart from the Chase accounts that you looked at in connection with helping to edit this chart, how many bank accounts did Soraka have in the United States?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Apart from the bank accounts that you looked at in connection with helping to edit this chart, do you know how many other bank accounts Soraka had in the United States?
No. I only focused on the Chase accounts that I reviewed.
Okay. And what about foreign bank accounts? Didn't look at any foreign bank accounts for Soraka. Correct?
I was not provided with that, no.
Okay. So at bottom, no information other than the information you were provided with by the government is reflected in this chart, right?
Correct.
All right. Let's just go back to the chart briefly. I'd like to just take you through it and review a few of the slides, if that's all right. Overall, is it fair to say that we're talking about, this chart, that is talking about money that came into Soraka from the sale of GTV shares?
I do not know. This is money that came into Soraka. I'm just showing the incoming money and the outgoing money.
Okay. So you don't know that Soraka sold shares that it held in GTV and that after selling that a portion of.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
You testified on direct about a private placement, is that right?
That was.
About your knowledge of a private placement.
That was one of the memos on the checks.
Okay. Do you know when the private placement began?
I don't know anything about a private placement.
All right. Let's just walk through the chart. I'm going to first just focus on the first 9 pages of Government Exhibit C1, which should be in front of everyone. If we look at page 1, is it fair to say that this just shows the opening balance of this first JP Morgan account on April 1, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 2, this just shows who has signature authority for that account.
Yes.
And it looks like that signature authority was updated in May of 2020.
Yes.
And focusing on the. Mr. Skirrick said, yeah, if you could just blow that back up. Thank you. And also blow up the same line on the left-hand side of the screen. The left-hand signature card. Thank you. And can you see here that, as you covered on direct, it's the same individual is listed as the signatory to this account, right?
Yes.
Yanping Wang.
Yes.
And it looks here as though she's just changed positions at the company, right?
Yeah, it's a different title.
So does that sort of explain why she might have updated the signature card?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Do you have any understanding as to why one might update a signature card on a bank account?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. And if we turn to page 3, this is just the same as page 1, right? No difference.
Correct.
So it's sort of a dupe, right?
I'm sorry?
So it's a dupe, it's duplicative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then turning to pages 4, 5, and 6, first of all, take page 4, on this slide. It just shows how much money came into this bank account in April 2020. That's it, really.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Well, there's a lot of details here, but yeah. It shows the 32 approximate million that came in April.
Right. Overall, that's what it's here for. It's intended to show how much came in April. Right.
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 5, this is just a little bit more detail on the same thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 6, this just shows the balance at the end of April, right?
It does.
Okay. Now let's take pages 7, 8, and 9. Pages 7, 8, and 9 are really just the same thing that we've looked at for pages 4, 5, and 6, but this time it's for May of 2020, right?
Right.
Okay. So is it fair to say that pages 1 through 9 of this 19-page chart just show money coming into Soraka's JP Morgan accounts?
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form.
The court said, it's overruled. You can answer.
Yeah, I mean, it shows all the deposits that came into the account. It's very simplified in that it's showing the incoming money into the account. But there's a lot of detail behind it.
I understand there's more detail in the chart. My question is, don't pages 1 to 9 just show money coming into this account?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
For April.
The court said, sustained.
All right. Now let's look at pages 10 to 14. Page 10 here is something of a cover sheet that just shows what's detailed in the following pages, is that correct?
Well, it shows the 3 transactions which we are about to go over.
Right. And
the following pages.
Sure. And maybe it would be helpful, I'm sorry. We should have just scrolled forward for you so you could see what was coming up next. Mr. Skirrick said, maybe go one more. And one more. Did you have an opportunity to look at that?
Yeah, I mean, there's some additional information there, like the signature card, but yeah. It is showing there's $100 million transfer, which is one of the 3 transfers.
Right. Okay. Mr. Skirrick said, so if we go back up to page 10. So this, I'm sorry. Let's move now to page 11. So this shows the opening of a new account at Chase by Soraka, is that right?
Yes, the box to the right shows that.
And it's in the exact same name as the other account, is that right?
Yes.
Soraka Media Group Incorporated D/B/A Himalaya dollar, right?
Yes.
Mr. Skirrick said, okay. Let's flip to page 12. Now page 12 just shows who has signature authority for this new Chase account, right?
Yes, it does.
And it's the same person who had signatory authority for the first Chase accounts, right?
Yes, it is.
And in fact, reflects the same title for Ms. Wang as the most updated signature card for the first account, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. We can go back to page 2 if you want. But do you recall that?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. Now let's just focus a little bit on what happened on June 3rd. Mr. Skirrick said, if we can go back to page 10. So I believe you testified on direct that these transactions on June 3rd reflected outgoing transfers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Aren't these just online transfers from one account at JP Morgan to another account at JP Morgan?
Yeah, those 3 that are highlighted are online transfers to another checking.
Right. So it's just moving money from one of Soraka's accounts and working it into another one of Soraka's accounts within JP Morgan. Correct?
That's correct.
And so there's nothing going out of the bank, right?
Not at that point yet, but eventually, yes.
Fair enough. This is the one we're focusing on now. These 3 transactions. Nothing going out of the bank, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, because they are coming out of the 5601 to go to the 2038 account.
Understood. My question is, there are no transfers leaving JP Morgan Chase, right?
The overall bank?
Correct.
No.
Okay. These are purely internal transfers within JP Morgan, correct?
Yes.
Isn't this the same thing as when I go into my online account to move funds from a savings account to a checking account?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Yes. It's a transfer.
Right. It's the same thing, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
Okay. So these are sister accounts within the same bank, held by the same company.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to the characterization.
The court said, overruled.
They are the same bank account names at the same bank with different account numbers.
Okay. So these three transactions we're looking at on slide 10 don't reflect wire transfers, right?
I mean, it's a transfer.
You're aware of the difference between a transfer and a wire transfer, correct?
Yeah.
A wire transfer, am I right, is an outbound transaction from a bank outside of the bank.
Yes, but these are still transfers in between the accounts.
So if I was unclear, my question is, these are not wire transfers. The three transactions we're looking on slide 10 that are highlighted.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirek said, I'm not sure I got an answer to that question, Your Honor. Are these ACH transfers?
These are online transfers.
So is that no, they're not ACH transfers?
That is how JP Morgan Chase characterizes them, as online transfers.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. Can we please pull up Government Exhibit JPM 119? At 48. And if we could please just zoom in on the top of the document, the transfers that are, yup, there we go. If you just move it up a little bit, please, to highlight the, thank you.
By Mr. Skirek.
So can you see this document?
Yes.
And doesn't this reflect, I'm sorry? Withdrawn. Is this document among the documents that are the source for the information that's in the chart?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And these are among the documents that you looked at as part of editing the chart?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see here that all three transfers are characterized as online transfer to checking?
Yes.
Okay. Does that make it clear to you that these are purely internal transfers within JP Morgan?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. If we could go back to the summary chart. Page 14, please. So this particular slide shows some additional detail on that internal transfer at Chase, correct?
Correct.
And you testified to that on direct, right?
Yes.
And again, in this internal transfer. What's written in the memo section when this money gets zapped from one account to another?
GTV Private Placement Fund.
Right. Do you agree with me that that's an accurate description of the funds, or you don't know?
An accurate description? That is the description provided by the bank. And the bank records are accurate, to my knowledge.
Okay. So you don't have any reason to believe that this was an inaccurate description of the funds that were transferred internally at JP Morgan?
No.
Okay. So the transfer is made from one account at JP Morgan to another account. The source of the funds is totally transparent as between those two accounts, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, there can't be any question. When money is moved purely from one account at a bank to another account at a bank, where the money came from, right?
Yeah, no, it says which account it came from and which account it went to. If that's what you're stating.
So the source of the funds is transparent, right?
It's in the details, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And the nature of the funds is described in this memo line that we're looking at on page 14 of this document, right?
I don't know about the nature of the funds. That is the memo that is inputted by the person that made the transfer.
So if we look at the balance of the chart beginning with page 15, would you agree with me that the remaining pages of the chart show what actual money flows out of Soraka's bank account?
Yes, the remaining charts show outgoing money.
Okay.
From Soraka.
I'm sorry.
From Soraka.
Thank you. And would you agree with me that there are two main flows of money out of Soraka's bank account?
There are two entities that received the money. But there are several, it consists of several transactions.
So my question is, are there two principal flows in two directions of the money?
Well, the flows would be the arrows to me, and so there is 1, 2, 3, there's like 4 arrows and the end chart.
Is it fair to say that between June 3rd and June 9th, $238 million from Soraka are moved to GTV Media Group?
Could you go through the last exhibit, the last slide?
Sure.
And could you repeat the question?
Sure. Is it fair to say that between June 3rd and June 9th, $238 million go from Soraka to GTV Media Group?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is it also true that on June 5th, there is a flow of funds from Soraka to Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund, right?
Yes.
And that's in the amount of $100 million, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when the money that leaves JP Morgan and goes to Hayman, that money comes from an account at JP Morgan that is titled identically to the first account at JP Morgan, right?
Yes, they're both Soraka accounts.
Okay. And the account signatory on this account, Ms. Wang, is exactly the same as on the first account.
Of the Soraka account, yes.
So no less information is available to Hayman in this transfer than if the funds had simply come from the first account. Right.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Espinoza, nothing about the funds coming from the second account at JP Morgan concealed anything. Is that right?
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, sustained.
Does this flow of funds obscure the source of funds in any way?
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, if I could just have a moment.
The court said yes.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, may I approach?
The court said yes.
Mr. Skirek said, Oh, no, I meant just approach the witness, Your Honor, not a sidebar. Your Honor. It turns out we need a sidebar.
The court said okay.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, I would like to mark this as Defense Summary Exhibit 1. And we would show it to the witness as our only summary chart of the flow of funds that essentially summarizes what's in our summary chart. And the government objects.
The court said, objects?
Mr. Skirek said, yes.
The court said, how come?
Mr. Ferguson said, they didn't. This was the first we heard they were marking it as an exhibit. They wanted to show it to her and ask her if it's accurate. There's no failure of recollection. It's not being used to refresh. If they're trying to offer it as a summary exhibit, I guess they can ask her if it's accurate, but we'll see what she says. If she says this is accurate, then they can seek to offer it, I guess.
Mr. Skirek said, that's my point, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. So on that prior issue of hypotheticals to Ms. Schottenheimer, if the prosecution plans to ask, say for example Mr. Bass or some other witness in this category this type of hypothetical, I'd like you to provide me with the authority.
Mr. Finkel said, understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
The court said okay.
In open court.
Mr. Skirek said, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
The court said you may.
Mr. Skirek said, I'm handing the witness a copy of what's been marked as Defense Summary Exhibit 1.
By Mr. Skirek.
Just take a moment to review that. Ms. Espinoza. Have you had an opportunity to review what's been marked as Defense Summary Exhibit Number 1?
Yes.
Does this describe the flow of funds that is also described in the summary exhibit that the government asked you about on direct?
Well, it removes some of the flow of funds and some of the transfers.
Well, it certainly removes some of the detail, correct?
Yes, it does.
Would you agree for me that the net effect of the transfers is the same in this exhibit as in the exhibit that the government introduced?
The outgoing totals, I don't know about net effect. But the outgoing totals to GTV Media and to Hayman are the same amounts.
Okay. That's a better formulation, so I will adopt your formulation. Are the outgoing totals the net amounts that go to Hayman and GTV correct in this exhibit?
Yes. The outgoing amounts are the same amounts.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. Your Honor, the defense offers this exhibit into evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, may I have voir dire for a moment?
The court said you may. Voir dire examination.
By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Espinoza, is that summary chart an accurate summary of the final summary of GXZ1? The summary chart you testified to?
No, it's taking out a lot of the details and some of the transfers.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government objects, Your Honor.
The court said, so are you seeking to admit it for the limited purpose that the witness has stated?
Mr. Skirek said, correct, Your Honor. We're not offering it, clearly it doesn't have the detail that the government's exhibit has. But the witness has testified that the net amount of the flows in the exhibit that we've offered is correct.
Mr. Ferguson said, we object. Because the witness just testified it's not an accurate summary of the summary that's in evidence, Your Honor.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, my summary doesn't need to be an accurate version of their summary. I'm allowed to have my own summary. The defense can have its own summary.
The court said, so is your question whether or not this chart shows the net outflow? Is that the question?
Mr. Skirek said, correct. The witness has testified that the amount of outflows from the J.P. Morgan account to Hayman on one hand and to GTV on the other hand are correct. Are accurate in that exhibit, and we offer it for that purpose.
The court said, all righty. It is admitted then.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you, Your Honor.
Defendant's Exhibit Summary 1 received in evidence.
Mr. Skirek said, we have only, because we just handwrote that, we have only one copy. We will provide additional copies to the court. Can we publish it?
The court said, it's 2:44.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you, Your Honor. We're finishing up momentarily.
By Mr. Skirek.
So Ms. Espinoza, does this chart, again, does this accurately summarize the flow of funds at issue in the chart that the government introduced?
It shows the correct amounts that went to GTV Media and to Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities. But again, it leaves out a lot of the details about the transactions.
Understood. But this is really pretty simple, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, sustained. She's answered the question.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Mr. Ferguson said, I have 2 questions, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, can we put up GXZ1? GXZ1 at 19, please.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Espinoza. Is there more information on this chart than the handwritten one the defense just showed you?
Yes.
Is this chart accurate?
Yes.
Does it have all the relevant information?
Yes, it does.
You were also asked a question about how the $100 million transfer from Soraka to another Soraka account had the memo line GTV Private Placement Fund. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Focusing you on the $100 million transfer from Soraka to Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities. Did you review any records that showed a memo line of GTV Private Placement Fund?
Mr. Skirek said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
I don't recall the wire details for that transaction.
Mr. Ferguson said, nothing further, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty. Let me recross?
Mr. Skirek said, briefly, Your Honor. Recross examination.
By Mr. Skirek.
You just testified, Ms. Espinoza, that you didn't review any wire details for that internal J.P. Morgan transfer, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizing.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirek said, I believe she used the word wire, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Was the internal transfer at J.P. Morgan a wire?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirek said, no further questions, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty. Nothing further.
Mr. Ferguson said, correct.
Witness excused.
The court said, members of the jury, it's 2:46. Time to go. I just want to remind you that you're not allowed to discuss the case amongst yourselves, or with anyone else. You can't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. In addition, you're not allowed to research anything about the case. It's very tempting, now that you've heard some witness testimony, to want to go to Google or the library or any other source to do some research. You cannot research anything related to the case, and you cannot listen to any media reports about the case from any source. Have a good weekend. I look forward to welcoming you back on Monday, promptly at 9:30.
The law clerk said, jury exiting.
Jury not present.
The court said, you may be seated. Is there anything before we reconvene on Monday?
Mr. Ferguson said, not from the government, Your Honor.
Ms. Schrofa said, no, Your Honor, not for the defense. Thank you.
The court said, have a good weekend.
Adjourned to June 3, 2024, at 9 a.m.